From the dawn of the Titans.
Steve McNair! Sells her out! Eddie George, the painter!
Tennessee has pulled a miracle!
Through decades of coverage.
Sam! Touchdown, Titans!
This is Titans Radio. The love of the game is strong. For some, it begins very early in life. Late nights, early mornings, practice in the weight room are just some of the examples of the work required. Dreams are in sight, and a select few will get the chance they've been waiting for. A call with the chance to play in the National Football League. Countdown to the Draft on Titans Radio, presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans, with the voice of the Titans, Mike Keith, Titans Radio's head coach, Dave McGinnis, NFL veteran Ramon Foster, sideline reporter and host Amy Wells from Kansas City, and the executive producer of Titans Radio, Rhett Bryan. Live from 6th and Peabody in downtown Nashville, here's your host, former left tackle and Titans great, Brad Hopkins, and the voice of the Titans, Mike Keith.
Welcome to 6th and Peabody for Titans Radio's coverage of the 88th Annual NFL Player Selection Meeting, better known as the 2023 NFL Draft. Titans Radio's coverage of the draft is brought to you by our great friends at Farm Bureau Health Plans. See how much you can save on your health coverage with Farm Bureau Health Plans. Get a quote at fbhp.com. It is a full house at 6th and Peabody, a great party atmosphere. And this event, on site, brought to you by Pinnacle. With all-pro service and advice from Pinnacle, you can play hard and bank easy. And if you open a Titans checking account with at least $100 and a recurring direct deposit by May 31st, you could get a $200 MasterCard gift card. Details at titansbanking.com. Titans checking from Pinnacle, member FDIC. He was already introduced early in this segment, but so excited to have with us on Titans Radio, the pre-show, so to speak, taking us to 7 o'clock. Brad Hopkins, thanks so much for joining us.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, Mikey, than up here on the stage with you and the awesome coach, Dave McGinnis.
Yeah,
awesome.
we've got it going. Let's talk about some of what today has been about. The biggest news of the day, non-draft, Lamar Jackson finally comes to terms with the Baltimore Ravens. Not only does that lock up Lamar Jackson as the quarterback and steady that sort of ship, but now this deal with a new contract lowers his cap number, and suddenly they have flexibility to trade, draft, do whatever they want.
Some feel that the pressure of the draft was maybe too much for the Ravens to kind of stall out Lamar Jackson. In other words, if they weren't going to have Lamar Jackson available for them in 2023, they had to make a move that would have seemed aggressive, which is getting a franchise quarterback in this draft. And that's not something that they wanted to do. They have their guy. They know that they can win a championship with Lamar. We saw the clips of him shooting on his Twitter account, expressing how excited he was to be a part of that trust. And I believe exactly what he says. They're exactly what he needs.
He did just fine.
Absolutely.
$185 million guaranteed reportedly.
52 a year, nice.
And the other part of it, too, is Baltimore able to hang in there, and they don't have to fully guarantee the contract, but they keep their guy, and now they got their guy.
Absolutely. And I think Jalen Hurts' contract kind of set the wheels in motion. We saw 179 guarantee, 51 annually go to Jalen Hurts, and we knew that Lamar Jackson may be just a step above what he was, but no one saw him making Deshaun Watson money at $230 guarantee. So there had to be a reasonable number that the Ravens could absorb and get their guy on the field, and I think that they found not only the years, but also the number that really made sense.
So right now we are preparing for Carolina to go on the clock in roughly 1 hour in Kansas City. Carolina, in a trade with Chicago, will have the number 1 pick. That trade actually occurred back on March the 12th. The Bears traded the number 1 overall pick to the Panthers for wide receiver DJ Moore, a really good player, a 2023 number 1 and number 2 pick, a 2024 number 1 pick, a 2025 number 2 pick. It was reported today by multiple outlets that the Bears originally were going to trade the number 1 pick to Houston in exchange for the number 2 pick, and then they were going to deal number 2 onto Carolina. So they were going to do 2 deals to move down 9, but Houston wouldn't follow through with it. Now they are left at number 2, and they're not going to get the quarterback apparently they want, as there are rumors everywhere that they're going defense at number 2 because they really wanted Bryce Young.
Yeah, it really shows you where Chicago is on Justin Fields as well. Because they had the opportunity to replace him with a very high pick, of course, in this draft, but they chose otherwise. Those picks, those first 3 picks, they're usually for quarterbacks,
right.
Maybe an edge rusher like a Chase Young, that type of caliber player. But for the most part, you don't move up like that or move down like that unless you have a subsequent need like quarterback that needs to be filled, and they didn't have that need.
Brad Hopkins is co-hosting this hour with me. We're going to talk to the rest of our Titans radio crew throughout the hour. Right now, want to let you hear some thoughts from Titans general manager Ran Carthon, who was kind enough to take time with me earlier to kind of lay out where he is. And if you thought Ran Carthon was calm, cool, collected anytime, well, he is even in the hours leading up to the draft.
Ran, many people think you have succeeded in the fact that tonight, as we begin the draft, people have no idea what you're going to do, not just at number 11, but throughout the entire draft. Is that a win for you?
Yes. I have succeeded at life. Nah, all jokes aside, I mean, it's, it's all about competitive balance and being able for us to go in any direction. We're at a spot at number 11 that this organization isn't used to being at and picking from. So, we're in a position to do a myriad of things. We can go up, we can go down, we can stay pat. Who we're going to take, we don't know. So, just like the players, everybody's got to wait to see who we're going to call.
You have sat in draft rooms throughout your adult life, and you know what it's like from a different perspective. How have the final days leading up to tonight's first round been different in a way or ways that you did not expect?
I don't think there's anything that I haven't expected, whether I was directly in those final meetings, whether it was John, Les, or Thomas, I always paid attention. So, we're trusting in the process. It's been great. I've mentioned these guys before, but I have to mention them again, RC and Salgi, all of the area scouts, Chad, our coaches, Mike. Like, it's really been collaborative. And so I'm trusting our vision, trusting what the work that we've done. And, at this point, we know we have an idea, I'll say, of where we want to be and that we're comfortable at, and we're just going to trust it.
Carolina has the first pick about an hour from now, and then it's Houston. Is what Houston does at number 2 possibly going to turn this whole night?
I think it will. D'Amico is like my little brother, and I've stayed away from him. But he knows he holds the cards, And you also got to think, Houston has 2 and they have 12, right? So they have ammo to go up. They have a lot of picks. If they don't get, let's just say they could be creative at 2, however they choose. But, yeah, they hold the cards, and we'll see domino after that.
Finally, General Manager Ran Carthon, what is a successful weekend for the Tennessee Titans with the 2023 draft?
Simply put, getting good football players and good people, adding guys that will add value on Sunday, but then also add value in this community, Monday through Saturday.
Coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Farm Bureau Health Plans, where you are the plan. Farm Bureau Health Plans makes it easy to get the health coverage you need for less than you think. See how at FBHP.com. From 6th and Peabody, Mike Keith and Brad Hopkins on Titans Radio, getting you ready for the 2023 NFL Draft. And now on the stage, the man simply known as Coach Mac. Dave McGinnis is here at 6th and Peabody. Welcome, Coach.
Thanks, Mike Keith. Hoppy, glad you're up here with us. I mean, that's very cool. What a great crowd. What a great crowd, and we're already an hour out. Let's go.
So
Tighten
beautiful.
up.
Let's talk quarterbacks.
Let's go.
Let's do it. So I got to be honest. In my first iteration of the mock draft, I had C.J. Stroud, 6'3", 214, to make all the throws. He was my first quarterback going to the Panthers. Then the S2 cognition test came out, and he kind of stumbled a little bit. Bryce Young now moved into the forefront, 5'10", 204. Is he the number one quarterback to go in the draft?
Let me give you – look, I've got 38 of these notebooks. This is my 38th draft. And when I'm watching film, I write it out by hand. Let me just read from my film study on Bryce Young. Bryce Young, first thing you talk about, Hop, he's a ball distributor. He's like a point guard out there. He's got great spatial awareness, excellent field vision, plays with rhythm. There's no panic, and there's a great sense for pressure. His pocket manipulation to throw is very creative, all right, off track. Smallest quarterback in the NFL as soon as he's taken. That's to your point. He's a natural thrower. He's got feel for location and extending plays. Durability questions clearly are going to come into being because of his size. But with production and protracted production, he was my number one on the board.
How long do you think Carolina has known he was the pick?
Since they traded.
Okay. Since March the 13th.
Yeah, since they traded. You don't make a trade like that, Mike, up to, to get the number one pick unless you absolutely know, who you're going to go get.
Is your feeling that C.J. Stroud of Ohio State is the number two quarterback?
Absolutely. And really, they could be 1 and 1A. It really just depends on what flavor you want. And C.J. Stroud, let me read my dossier on C.J. Stroud. First of all, Hoppy's already said it, 6'3", 214, but he's got nice location, and his access throws, his accuracy to all points of the field are really good. He's a poised thrower. There's not a lot of empty movement in his body. Elite accuracy. Now, he showed more creative ability and maneuverability in the pocket, which, Hoppy, playing an offensive line, you need your quarterback to have pocket maneuverability. Not escape the pocket, not bail out of the pocket, but have pocket manipulation ability. He showed the best creative ability against Georgia in the bowl game, all right? That's something he needs to work on, but he's a rhythm passer. He has touch. The spin on the ball is a very catchable football. Solid floor with this guy. Needs to develop his creativity a little bit, but he's an easy thrower to all parts of the field.
Reminds me of Carson Palmer, the way he spins it.
But he's got the same, that's a good one, the same type of spin on it. And what I like about him is he's not panicked in the pocket. Sometimes he may stay too statuesque at times, I think, trying to read all the progressions. But when he's proven, this guy's an athlete. He's an athlete, and he's an accurate quarterback. And as I said, you can go 1-1A, you can go tomato on those two guys, all that you want to do. But C.J. Stroud, I really like him too, Hoppy.
So some people say that quarterbacks, they live in the progression. If the guy is open, throw it to him. If he's not, go to the next guy. It sometimes gets a little more sophisticated than that. You have to understand what defenses are doing. Do you think that could be problematic for a guy like C.J. Stroud?
Here's where it starts. And again, you're dialed into this, but look, the thing that quarterbacks coming into this league have to learn, Hoppy, is how to manipulate defenses with their eyes. Okay. And to know where people are going to be spacing and to understand really quick. And most of the times, as you well know, they're reading safeties as to whether they're going to get split safety or they're going to get single high. And then when the play that they have in their mind and they know the splits that they have, they know where the spots are going to be in the zone defense. In man-to-man, they know pretty quickly if they're going to be man-to-man, even though they got a single high safety, because man-to-man and cover three, which is a single high zone defense, it's exactly the same on the edges. It's exactly the same outside. The keys to that are the linebackers. The linebackers start creeping up, well, then it's man-to-man because they've got to jump the route before it gets started. If they start to bail and start to look horizontally, then they know they're in zone.
Coach Mack, what's going to happen tonight with Will Levis of Kentucky?
I still think that that Indianapolis likes Will Levis. I mean, I really do. Will Levis, again, big thrower, got a body. Will Levis is an interesting study because he's had two dramatically different types of years, 2 years consecutively. Now, you can say the people around him weren't as good. He's a little bit more of a gunslinger. These other two are ball locators. This guy is a flamethrower. And he trusts his arm so much that sometimes he will make the throw thinking that he can just throw it through it, that he can throw it through any type of problem. But I still expect the Colts, myself personally, I'm not right all the time. I'll admit it right here in front of all my friends. But I'm not right all the time. I still think.
But you're never uncertain.
I'm never uncertain. I think the Colts will still be in play because the Colts need a quarterback.
All right, let's talk about Anthony Richardson. Brad.
Yes, sir.
I mean, there is no more interesting athlete than in this entire draft. 6'4", 244. He's 20 years old. Here's the interesting thing. Hendon Hooker is 5 years older than Anthony Richardson. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What's going to happen tonight as somebody has to push the button and say, we're really doing this? Does he fall, or does somebody in the top 10 take Anthony Richardson? Brad, I'll let you go first.
I have Anthony Richardson actually going in the top 10.
Oh, wow.
I do. And here's a player that not only should have an opportunity to learn behind a veteran, excuse me, like Seattle's Geno Smith, he can then also use his physical attributes to be a part of that offense, much like a Taysom Hill. Someone that you can maybe put out in the slot. He might be in a wildcat formation, but you have to use his athleticism to some degree in your offense because he has way too much of it to leave it on the sideline. So while he might not be your under-center quarterback starter week one, we'll see some development throughout the year. At some point, he'll get comfortable enough to take over this offense from the guy that he's learning it from, basically.
Wow.
You know, all the radio programs that I do, not only here but across the country, they ask me, give me a comparison in your 38 years in the league, to Richardson. To me, it's Dante Culpepper.
Oh.
And Dante Culpepper was this size, but this guy can throw the football. This guy is a really good thrower. Now, the thing that happens with Richardson, if you just want to talk quarterback mechanics, a lot of times, because he is so athletic, a lot of times what happens with him, his bottom half is not married to his top half. And that, to me, is once somebody gets him in an NFL training camp. And plus, look, these collegiate coaches have 20 hours a week. 20 hours a week. I mean, you'll get 20 hours a day when he comes in as a rookie to start working on his mechanics. But as soon as his lower is tied to his upper, the ceiling for this guy athletically, we all know what it is. But once he can get that tied together and then learn how to not throw a fastball every time I throw and not to be able to, sometimes with a guy that's this athletic, you don't ever want to take the spontaneity out of them of being able to use their legs, but you don't want them to forfeit to it too quick. And you especially don't want them to forfeit to it out the back of the pocket. The worst thing for an offensive lineman is to have a cylinder set and then have him bail out the back, and all of a sudden now your tackle's chasing a guy that's way, way wide. And so he'll learn all of that. But to me, he's Dante Culpepper, and by the way, Dante had a pretty good career.
Pretty good run.
Yeah, he really did. You know, it's funny thing is we're talking about a guy in Anthony Richardson that has all of the physical capabilities, right? But you don't have to necessarily put him in a situation where he has to be under the pressure that a starting quarterback would be under. You know, I look at a guy like that, I think there's a lot of learning that he can do, but there's also his big arm and the things that he's capable of doing that you really have to tap into even as a youngster.
No, absolutely true. And look, none of these guys at the quarterback, let's just be honest, coming into this league ready to play quarterback. And just the history of the league, I mean, you see some of the greatest quarterbacks that were put in there immediately. I mean, I go way back in this league. Go to Troy Aikman. You go to Peyton Manning. You know, their first couple of years were disasters, but they were thrown right into the fire. The thing that happens now, too, is if they're picking up these guys are fortunate if they go to a team that's got a veteran quarterback, or they go to a team that's got enough pieces already around it that then they can be worked in to what you're talking about.
Hey, Mike, how astute is our coach? I heard Steve Mariucci interviewing Anthony Richardson, and he asked Anthony Richardson, what is a negative about your game? And he said, sometimes I can get squirrely with my feet.
Yeah.
He said, when your feet aren't right, do you throw bad throws? He said, yeah, sometimes I do that. So the fact that coach picked up on that and was eloquently able to explain exactly some of the things that he's dealing with, I mean, it just shows you we got top-notch coach here.
Hoppy, full disclosure, I called Mooch before I came over here. So.
The only scary thing that really sticks with me in every conversation about Anthony Richardson, he completed 53% of his passes in high school, 55% in college. If you're a guy who has trouble being accurate playing catch, are you going to get much more accurate?
Right. When you marry your bottom to your top.
Wow.
That's the key.
We'll see. Okay, let's talk about a guy who is accurate.
Yes.
Hendon Hooker.
Oh, I love him.
Does Hendon Hooker go in the first round tonight?
I think he will. I think he absolutely will. And here's to me, look, when you start looking at Hendon Hooker, then you start looking at teams that have multiple picks. All right, that need quarterbacks. Let's go through them a little bit. Washington.
Sure.
Washington's got 8 picks. New England. Belichick's always willing to move, and they got that drama going on with Mac Jones there, with Belichick. And Hendon Hooker's going to sit for a year. He is going to sit for a year wherever he goes. And then, to me, when you're looking at Hendon Hooker, Minnesota is another place to me for Hendon Hooker, just because you've got a veteran quarterback there. And Hendon Hooker would be well served to go somewhere that has a vertical passing game. He's a tremendous vertical passer. That's what he was asked to do. He will form himself in to some other type of routes. But Hendon Hooker, Rhett and I were around him. You were around him, Mike, at the Senior Bowl. The guy, his persona, his presence, it all just oozes quarterback. Plus, people ask about his age. His age doesn't – look, a quarterback that's got age and maturity is kind of a plus for me. Sure. And here's the other thing. You get quarterbacks in the league now, and if he goes in the first round, you're going to get your fifth-year option. And the other thing that happens, and because he's going to redshirt a year, he'll soak a year, with that knee and picking it up. So to me, but I think that he'll go in the first round.
Injured on November 19th, surgery on December 13th. Yesterday, started working on dropbacks inside the Neyland Thompson Sports Complex at the University of Tennessee. Hendon Hooker explaining how he's been looked at during this process.
It's been a blast just to be able to, be in this position. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So to be able to sit in front of these coaches and talk ball and just show my football IQ and my character, and also the way I lead, being able to sit in these meetings, learn the playbook, and talk the verbiage when I'm out there on the field, and assist these quarterbacks on my team, however I can.
You want to be out there with them, picking up and learning. Why is that?
Yeah, you never can learn enough. And I'm just a football maniac. I love it. I love every aspect of it. Even sometimes, you get banged up, but I still love that too. So that's part of it. But just to be out there and prepare the right way, knowing what I'm looking for. I don't like going out on the field and you're just kind of just sitting there standing, being a bystander. I like being engaged and being able to benefit my team in some way, some aspect. So any way that I can, help the quarterbacks out from a sideline view, I'm there.
You're not able to throw for teams, but in some ways, they've got a lot of Hendon Hooker on tape from Virginia Tech and from Tennessee. That's got to be a big help, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So the stuff that we put on tape, we always say the eye in the sky doesn't lie. I expect to come back even better than I was before.
Pre-COVID, we would say a 25-year-old quarterback wasn't necessarily a good thing, but it seems like times have changed, and it's almost like you being 25 is an advantage to teams, especially with quarterbacks playing longer today.
Yeah, I feel like just my experience in playing ball and my experience in leadership and knowing how to approach different situations whenever they come my way, I definitely feel like it's a little bit of an advantage.
I'm not an expert, and you and I are just meeting, but one of the things in watching you seems like one of your gifts is a joy for the game. Do you agree with that, and is that something you try to get across to teams?
Yeah, I do agree with that. During the COVID era, I wrote a poem and just a promise of the game of football. After my faith and after my family, I would put nothing in front of the game of football. So my life is devoted to my faith, family, and football. Every aspect of it, I love it. I love the grind. I embrace it. I try to encourage others to fall in love with the grind as well. But day in and day out, I just want to get better.
The 2023 NFL Draft continues from 6th and Peabody. Our appearance here, courtesy of our great friends at Pinnacle. With all pro service and advice from Pinnacle, you can play hard and bank easy. And if you open a Titans checking account with at least $100 and a reoccurring direct deposit by May 31st, you could get a $200 MasterCard gift card. Details at titansbanking.com. Titans checking for Pinnacle, member FDIC. Mike Keith and Brad Hopkins here until 7 o'clock, and then the rest of the Titans radio team, Rhett Bryan, Dave McGinnis, and Ramon Foster join me. We'll also be joined throughout the evening by our own Amy Wells from Kansas City Mo, where the draft is being held. Amy, it has looked like bedlam all day there. Is that a safe way to describe what you've seen?
I think bedlam is a pretty fantastic way to describe it, actually. We were driving around kind of the perimeter of the footprint of this draft, which is huge, at about 10 o'clock this morning, and there were tons of fans who were making their way over to the draft site. I have been told that fans have been here as early as 3 o'clock in the morning, tailgating, hanging out, waiting for all of the festivities to open. I heard they opened the gates about 30 minutes early for them, so congrats on getting here early. You got 30 minutes of magic hours.
Well, Amy, those of us that are listening to you here locally in Nashville, we remember exactly what the atmosphere was like when we hosted the draft. You have a unique perspective in that you're getting to experience the draft experience down there in Kansas City. So compare the two. The one that you're in right now in Kansas City as they get ready for the 2023 draft compared to the one that Nashville hosted just a couple of years ago.
Well, Brad, you know I'm the ultimate homer, so I can't entirely do that well. But I will say that this is larger from a footprint standpoint. Like, they are covering a lot more square footage. They're actually covering 1 million more square feet than they did in Vegas and in Cleveland.
Wow.
So it is just a big site. And also the stage is a lot bigger. It's the kind of center of everything is Union Station here in Kansas City. And that's a train station. So train stations are large buildings, and they use the entire front of it as the backdrop for the stage. So the stage itself is about the size of a football field, which is the biggest one in draft history. But they're using that as kind of the focal point. So they cover a lot of ground. There's a ton of people here. It really is just a sight to see because there's a big grassy hill that covers the front of the stage. if anybody has seen the pictures on TV, they don't really do it justice for the amount of people that they have crammed in there. Although I will say, I have overheard not once, but 3 different times people walking around this very site talking about how great the site was in Nashville. And I'm not kidding. And I didn't ask those people to do that. I was just eavesdropping. And everyone was talking about how great Nashville was as a place to host the draft. So do I think Kansas City is probably having a lot of fun? Yes. Does it smell like smoked meats everywhere you go? Yes. Do I think that Nashville did a better job? Always.
Thank you for that. Amy Wells with us from Kansas City. Amy, football-wise and what you're hearing, what the talk is, what's been swirling around, tell us what the things are from there. We know the things on Twitter. What about there on the ground?
Mike Keith, the one thing that everybody is talking about, honestly, is the Tennessee Titans and what they are going to be doing. And again, it sounds like the Homer answer, but really, the Titans have been involved in so many rumors in the last 12 to 24 hours. There have been so many conversations. I've had lots of people stop me just walking around the media room kind of asking what in the world is going on with the Titans, because you have to remember nobody knows what Rand Carthon is going to be doing. So there's no roadmap for this. There's no place for anybody to kind of get their bearings. We're all just kind of waiting to see what happens. So a lot of people have been talking about that. And a lot of people are talking about what the Houston Texans are going to do. The fact that the entirety of this draft could change by pick number 2 is almost unheard of. That is just not how the draft usually goes. You usually have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen in the top 5, 6, maybe top 10, and then things get a little goofy. This starts right out the gate. There are a lot of things that could change, and a lot of that hinges on the Houston Texans and what they decide to do.
Yeah, you're right about that, Amy. Now, realistically, there will be 2 teams, at least 2 teams, 3 maybe if you listen to the national narrative, that are going to have brand spanking new quarterbacks this year. So the question I have for you is, which one of these teams within our own division do you think is closer to competing for that division with this addition?
Oh my gosh. I mean, who knows? If you listen to the rumors, there's a chance that the Houston Texans are going to be taking a quarterback. If you listen to the rumors, there's a chance that the Indianapolis Colts could be taking a quarterback. I mean, that's 2 new quarterbacks right there. That's half the division. Anything is possible at this point. And I think that really any team that gets a new quarterback obviously has the chance to do any sort of instant turnaround. I mean, we saw it in Jacksonville not too long ago. You know, they bring in a new quarterback and suddenly their franchise just looks different. And all of a sudden, there's a lot of hope infused into an organization that didn't have a lot before that. So I think that any team that ends up with a new quarterback has the opportunity to really see something special happen within their organization. Now, does that happen immediately after they draft him? Who's to say? But I think that adding a new quarterback for any franchise is a special thing and has the possibility to really change the dynamics of an organization. And the AFC South could see a lot of that this year.
Amy Wells, we'll look forward to having you with us throughout the entirety of our broadcast tonight. Stay safe in Kansas City.
We can't wait. We'll just be here eating, so you call me when you need me.
That sounds good. Hey, our friends at Miles Auto Spa offering incredible savings to Titan season ticket members with 50% off Miles gift cards. The cards don't expire and will work at all Miles locations. May be used for all services, even applies to the detailing packages. Offer is good through May 1st. That's at Miles Auto Spa. More coming up from 6th and Peabody. Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft from our friends at Farm Bureau Health Plans continues.
Jeffrey Simmons was picked by the Titans on a weekend just like this one. Coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft continues next. This is Titans Radio.
We're at 6th and Peabody. And we are about 30 minutes away from the Carolina Panthers going on the clock in the 2023 NFL Draft. Titans Radio will have all 31 picks here tonight. And Titans Radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Farm Bureau Health Plans has been serving members and protecting their health for 76 years. Learn about their Tennessee roots at fbhp.com. Ready to talk some O-line. And Brad Hopkins is here. He certainly knows about O-line. He played in the league for 13 years. Ramon Foster of Titans Radio played O-line in the NFL for 11 years. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me, Mike.
We have a lot of expertise. So I want to start with you, Ramon, because this is an interesting point. Offensive linemen were more valued than defensive linemen in the 2022 first round, and they figure to be again. Ramon first and then Brad. What has changed about the game that has made O-linemen more valuable at this moment than defensive linemen?
Right now, in my opinion, the offense and the protection of the quarterback. I think a lot of teams are recognizing you can get any franchise quarterback you can get any caliber first rounder, but if you can't get the ball to them, if you can't run an efficient offense, and it's most of the time because of an offensive line, lack of offensive linemen. That value has skyrocketed now. Seeing Joe Burrow get hurt a few years back, unless Justin Fields in Chicago not being able to operate an offense. Think about all these guys. Brady has strategically all his career found guys to protect him. For those reasons, I think the eyes on it, and not just the left tackle, okay? The guards matter more. The centers getting out in space. And now the way defenses are setting up the rushers, the right tackle's getting just as much pressure as the left tackle is. So the concentration on getting quality guys is at an all-time high now.
Jim Irsay, the money that he spent protecting or trying to protect Andrew Luck was an example of the importance of protection. You've got a lot of guaranteed money in these guys nowadays that you don't want to see sitting on the sideline because they're actually in the infirmary. So if anything, it's been guaranteed salaries that has increased the need for good protection. Because no one wants to spend $185 million guaranteed for a guy that you know is going to be on the sideline eating popcorn because why? His chiclets are on the turf because he couldn't be protected. That was probably one of the major issues that we had here in Tennessee. It wasn't necessarily quarterback play. Right. It was keeping the quarterback protected, which doesn't really make any sense. Why go out and spend a bunch of money on a quarterback if you can't keep him under center?
Northwestern's Peter Skronski may be the surest thing in this draft, whether he ends up a guard or a tackle. Brad Hopkins, why is Skronski considered a sure thing?
Because he's built like Bruce Matthews.
Wow.
And what I mean by that is might not have the wingspan that, say, a taller, rangier tackle would have, but he has the mirror capability, the athleticism to pull around the edge, right, block in space, that kind of guy. And another thing, Ramon, you can speak to this. The kid's a Northwestern grad. That means he's going to adapt to your system immediately, probably even help coach you in some instances because he's that smart. So I like his football IQ, and I like the athleticism that he has to be able to mirror probably most anybody that he's going to come against in the edge, regardless of his guard stature, so to speak.
I feel the exact same way. Not the most athletic guy. Not the guy that you're going to say, man, he's going to blow you away with his numbers. Well, you know this. But what you know is this. He plays the position well. He's technical. He understands his short arms. You spoke about that. He's been playing with those his entire life, and he doesn't lose much at that position. Brad hit on the fact that he's a Northwestern guy. Guess what? You can't throw enough information at a guy like that. Having the ability to play tackle and guard is a plus in this league, considering how hard it is to transition from college to the NFL because of the speed. But you say what? The reason I like him as a value pick, if he doesn't go well at left tackle, move him inside the guard. He's strong enough to handle it, smart enough to transition over there also. He, to me, is probably a day one starter in this league with not many hiccups in his game.
I use the analogy of Bruce Matthews because Bruce Matthews was a Pro Bowler on 3 positions on the up front, right? Tackle, guard, and center. That's the kind of capability this kid has. Just like you mentioned, it doesn't work from the outside. Even if there's injuries, depth is an issue. You can move him back inside, and he can play any of those positions as well.
I remember Munch saying that about Bruce, man.
Absolutely.
I was in awe. I didn't even realize he was Pro Bowl at 3 different spots. And he outplayed everybody, too.
Everybody.
Big time. One of the most interesting guys in tonight's draft from the offensive line perspective, played at the University of Tennessee. I'm talking about Darnell Wright. Many think he will be the surprise jumper among O-linemen tonight, that he might go in the top 15. It's a big moment for the 21-year-old from Huntington, West Virginia.
It's been pretty good. It's good to get around the best of the best coaches and just learn, just soak up everything they have to say, taking it day by day.
You were coached by somebody special in Glenn Ellerbe at Tennessee. As you go from Ellerbe to these other coaches and moving forward, what are the techniques or other things that are being emphasized to you, Darnell?
Yeah, it's just I say one of the biggest things is attention to detail. Every team's going to have, you want to do something a little bit different, but I think what Coach Ellerbe really instills in his players is just attention to detail in everything you do.
Coach Ellerbe came to you last year. He said, Darnell, if you move to the right side, I think you can be special. You did that. And I mean, what a year you had. Awesome season. What was it about that move that really helped you, and do you think you're a right tackle in the NFL?
I just think I have the most experience at the right side. It just turns out that I went through a lot more training camps at right, and I played left in high school, and I just feel like the thing that I've done the best is whatever year going into the year, just taking a little time. Obviously you got to compete for any position that you have, but just having a little bit of time to sharpen up whatever side I want to play, and then things go pretty smoothly after that.
All right, so as you try to prove yourself through the entire process, as you try to show people what Darnell Wright's all about, what's the biggest thing you want to get across to them?
Probably the biggest thing I want to get across, I think my game is going to speak for itself. I don't have any problem going out and competing with the best of the best. I kind of just want to prove to myself probably that I can be consistent in everything I do.
And do you want to show them who you are as a person, too? Is that something you think is really important?
Yeah, I think that's important. I think that's important for anybody. You want to show that you're like you take the game serious as a man. You know what I'm saying? This is going to be our career for the rest of our lives.
Welcome back to 6th and Peabody and Titans radio coverage of the 2023 draft presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Rhett Bryan stops by for a visit with Brad Hopkins and me to talk about some of the defensive guys in this draft. Rhett, does Will Anderson go before Jalen Carter?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. He's the most consistent prospect of the two. I understand why you're asking me that, and Jalen Carter is not going to fall very far in this draft at all if he falls, period. 34.5 sacks at Alabama, 5th in the NCAA all-time. He said he only had 3 top 30 visits. You know why? Because everybody knows what they're getting in Will Anderson.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I had Will Anderson going number 3 to the Arizona Cardinals. That's the kind of pass rusher I think he was. Now, I'm not going to say that Jalen Carter, had he not had his issues, would have been more of a prospect to me because of his just sheer dominance in the interior of the defensive line. But if you're looking for someone that has a quick first step, right, gets those tackles, shoulders turned, and you know what I'm talking about, Ramon, that's Will Anderson Jr. I mean, this kid played against top competition. Darnell Wright was the hardest competition that he faced, by his own admission. But here's a guy that saw Florida's defense, that saw Georgia's defense, that saw the top defenses in college football and flourished.
Yep.
So who do you think is that defensive player who makes a good jump?
That makes a good jump tonight in the first round?
Yes.
I'm going to give you one. Kalijah Cansey, defensive lineman, Pitt. The guy is going to draw comparisons because he played at Pitt and because of his size to Aaron Donald. That's not fair to him, but his measurables at the Combine, he put on a show. He will be there in the first round tonight somewhere.
I need a 30-second answer here. Who is the cornerback that you feel like that goes first tonight?
It's Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, and he's consensus best player. Fluid hips, great in and out of breaks, great explosions in this. But my favorite cornerback is Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State because he reminds me of one Samari Rolle. He is a sticky cornerback. Man, a pick machine, returns 6 of them for touchdowns. Emmanuel Forbes is a first-round pick for somebody tonight.
Do you worry about a corner that weighs 166?
Samari Rolle wasn't a heavyweight, and he did just fine.
Like a spider monkey.
Yeah.
Brad Hopkins, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. When we come back on Titans Radio, we sit down with the head coach, Mike Vrabel, just minutes before we go on the clock. Let's do this thing. Vrabel is next on Titans Radio.
It's Ran Carthon's first draft as Titans general manager. Who will he select next? Find out together on Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft, presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. This is Titans Radio.
Moments before the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft, Mike Keith, joined by Titans head coach Mike Vrabel on Titans Radio. It's the most fun part of this process that you've been through the last 3 months, getting a chance to get to know all of these different players?
Well, they all have a story, and it's it's been really cool to see them tell us their story and us get to know them and us, get them to drop their shield a little bit when they come in here on these 30 visits. That's been very productive, very got to know them very well. And I think that they've enjoyed it, having heard some feedback from those players. So that would certainly be a large part of this process.
How hard is it to narrow down all the possibilities for you tonight, at least the realistic ones?
Well, I think just having worked with Rand, his staff, our coaching staff, Chad, Ryan Cowden, John Salge, I don't think it's been difficult. I think we've gotten to this point now where we feel like we're ready, and we'll kind of see where things go, see what the possibilities are to go up, to stick and pick, or to, potentially move back. I think that's what, Rand and I have talked about and hopefully can continue to, look at and see how things go.
Is it more challenging because you have the 11th pick in terms of where you've been in years past in the first round?
Well, I don't know if that's challenging. That just means that we didn't have the season that we wanted. We'll see where you go from 11, but, that's where we're starting. And, we'll see where things go tonight.
As you have finished the overall evaluation, what are the strengths and weaknesses of this total draft?
Well, I don't really look at it, in that regard. I look that there's, there's a pod of quarterbacks. You look at it in pods. We've tried to rank the pods, and where do you see this group of tight ends, right? You go back in different years where we've had players podded up. Nate Davis was in a pod, and it's like, well, where do you see Nate compared to these other guards? And then you kind of go back and you look at them and you talk about them again. So I think there's groups throughout the draft. There's a pod of running backs. There's a pod of receivers. And so you try to – that's how I look at it. It's easy for me to look at and say, okay, I like these group of players at this area. Which ones do you like the best? Which ones are the best fit for us?
Mike Vrabel, what's the biggest challenge for you and the Titans as you get ready to start this thing in just a few minutes?
Oh, no challenge. It's this is exciting. This is another opportunity to bring players that we feel strongly about onto our football team, into our organization that hopefully will continue to represent us on the field and off the field like our players have done.
As we sit here, you seem like the guy who's ready to take the test.
Yeah, there's no there's no perfect answer to this thing. We've been through this. We've had some really, really good picks. And then unfortunately some that haven't panned out. We just have to narrow down and not have, we got to eliminate the misses.
Get back in the room, Mike. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it, Mike.
All right. Mike Vrabel with us, getting back into the C.O. Bricado draft room at Ascension St. Thomas Sports Park. I'm going to get back over and get it all started. Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Pinnacle continues as the clock gets started momentarily from 6th and Peabody. It's next.
Tonight, a new general manager is selecting his first draft class in that position and for the Titans.
The head coach and the GM are in lockstep, right? It's our job as scouts is to execute Mike and his coaching staff's vision.
This weekend, new Titans will be selected and will realize their dreams.
This is Keith Bullock. I was selected the number 30 pick overall in the 2000 draft.
This is Chris Johnson, and she just went through my body, and it was like, this is what I've been working for all my life, and it's finally happening. It's reality.
This is Delaney Walker. I'm the first draft pick in the 6th round, so I'm not even watching the draft at this point. My mom and them got the TV on mute because I'm like, turn it off. I ain't getting drafted. I'm upset. And that's when my name came at the bottom of the TV. I wasn't trying to cry, but I cried.
This is Mike Vrabel. There was only a few after me on that first night, and I thought I was going to go to bed not being drafted.
It's Ran Carthon's first draft as Titans general manager, and we will be here to bring it to you. Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. With the voice of the Titans, Mike Keith. Titans Radio's head coach, Dave McGinnis. NFL veteran Ramon Foster. Sideline reporter and host, Amy Wells from Kansas City. And the executive producer of Titans Radio, Rhett Bryan. Live from 6th and Peabody in Nashville, 2023 NFL Draft coverage happens now.
We welcome you to Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. See how much you can save on health coverage with Farm Bureau Health Plans. Get a quote at fbhp.com. If you have had it on TV at any point and have seen the crowd in Kansas City, it is impressive. The crowd here at 6th and Peabody is equally as impressive. As Dave McGinnis, Titans fans everywhere love the draft.
Titans fans are the best. I mean, when I wasn't up here, when you were up here with some other people, I was just walking around talking to Titans fans, absolute best, and I'm serious. If you weren't, I wouldn't say it. Tighten the hell up.
Well, there are lots of rumors about trades tonight in the draft, but there has already been a trade this evening. Now, this one, don't get too excited, but we just need to make sure that you're aware of this one. The Eagles and Cardinals have settled a tampering investigation involving former Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon, who was hired by Arizona. To resolve this, the Eagles will get pick 66, an early third-round pick, in exchange for pick 94 and a 2024 fifth-round pick. So not the trade everybody was talking about with the Cardinals. Rhett Bryan, we're waiting to see, are they going to deal 3?
And the whole world is watching that in terms of the NFL draft. Monty Ossenfort, former Titans director of player personnel, is the first-time general manager there. And we'll see how active the phones have been for him, even leading up to these few moments before they're on the clock at number 3.
Ramon Foster, there is going to be no intrigue around the number 1 pick in this draft. It's going to be Bryce Young, the quarterback from Alabama. It is so interesting to note that since the common era of the draft began in 1967, an Alabama player has never gone number 1 overall. That's stunning, but that ends tonight.
That's actually very surprising. And how good they've been, not just in the 2010s and 20s, but for decades. To never have the number 1, that's got to be a great step for Bryce Young, for Alabama, and just the team that's going to get him. I saw this kid live. He is legit, Mike Keith, and I'm excited to see how it's going to work out for him, considering, of course, everybody talking about his size and everything else. Good for him, man, to be the first at such a prestigious university.
The 88th NFL Draft is going to continue on Titans Radio, but right now we pause 10 seconds for station identification. The 2023 NFL Draft happens here. This is Titans Radio. The Panthers are not yet officially on the clock. We will go to Kansas City when Commissioner Roger Goodell walks to the stage to put them on the clock. Dave McGinnis, this draft really starts at number 2 with the Houston Texans, who not only have the second pick in this draft, they also have the 12th pick in this draft.
Yeah, it does start there, Mike, and for several reasons. Because there's still some intrigue as to what they might do. They still have plenty of time to deal that if they want to. And the fact that you have 2 that have 10 spaces, but 2 picks in the first round with 10 spaces in between it gives them a lot of leeway. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do. I think the general pundits expect them to take a quarterback, but they've been very, very close to the vest with this. And if they don't, Mike, it's going to start a roulette wheel spinning. So it's going to be very interesting as to what happens there, too.
So they have 2 and 12 to the Houston Texans. They also have Mr. Irrelevant, which will be picked 259. Titans fans hope all Texan selections are Mr. Irrelevant. So here are the teams with – sorry, couldn't resist.
Hey, I'm right there with you. Let's
go.
go.
Not with me. I just say Titans fans. I didn't say it.
I'm with the Titans fans' point of this. Let's
Mike,
go.
Nobody's mad at you for saying that.
So Houston Houston has 12 along with 2. And then Seattle has 5 and 20. Detroit has 6 and 18. And those are the teams that have multiple first-round picks, along with the NFC champion, Philadelphia Eagles, who have 10 and 30. They are the first team since the 2008 New England Patriots, the first team to play in a Super Bowl that has a top 10 pick. And what Howie Roseman does at 10, he can kind of get crazy if he wants to.
You know, Mike, you mentioned Howie Roseman. He has done a fabulous job of building that roster, and he really has. He's done a nice job of being able to manipulate. Of course, they've got a good football team. He's also done a nice job with the compensatory picks. I mean, I would think you'd have to give him a very high grade in the league as the way he's managing his rosters since he's taken over.
All right, Ramon Foster goes first. The other two have to answer as well. Most interesting player to you who could be drafted in the top 10?
I would have to say Harris Johnson Jr.
Okay.
And it's for this reason right here. A guy that played guard for his sophomore year, and then he played tackle his junior year. The idea that he can switch between both guard and tackle in the NFL and be efficient in it, to me, one, high value, but also it says, what is he going to be like in the NFL when he has to play left tackle for his team? So I think he's going to be drafted as a left tackle, but the idea that he can be flexible and move in the guard also, that's what's so intriguing to me.
Will Anderson from Alabama. This is a piece that, I was a defensive coordinator for a long time in this league. This is a type of a piece that defensive coordinators love to be able to get. He is so versatile with what he does and the things that you can do with him. And the other thing is he's very, very durable. I mean, he's played a lot of snaps, and he's consistently there. I like Will Anderson just as an overall football player, and I think he may be even better in the professional game than he's had a great career at Alabama.
For me, it's Bijan Robinson, simply because how much the running back position has been devalued over the last several years. Bijan, though, is probably the best running back prospect to come out since Saquon Barkley in 2018. He has developed into a 3-down back. He can give you that option out of the backfield. 77 catches, only 4 drops in this deal. When you're thinking about him, it's the yards after contact and breaking tackles. That's the kind of stuff that people are looking for. And you mentioned the Philadelphia Eagles. There's a place where he could go at 10 because Miles Sanders went in free agency to the Carolina Panthers. He would be a heck of an addition to that.
We shall see what Bijan Robinson does tonight, or what somebody does with the opportunity to select Bijan Robinson. I would have thought that one of you would have said Jalen Carter, the talented defensive lineman. Maybe I should say the talented but troubled defensive lineman from Georgia. I don't know. Let's see what the commissioner is going to say as he takes the stage in Kansas City.
Okay, welcome to Kansas City and the 2023 NFL Draft. For the first time since we took the draft on the road, we get to celebrate the draft in the Super Bowl winning city with fans of all 32 teams and the Chiefs' kingdom. As you can see, I have some friends on stage with me that you might recognize. They are Kansas City natives and love this community and their Chiefs. Give it up for Eric Stonestreet and Heidi Gardner of Big Slick, Kansas City.
Okay, Kansas City, I'm so happy to be here. And it is my honor to bring to the stage right now Chiefs legends Dante Hall and Will Shields. Give it
All right, Kansas City, I want to hear you. Home of the Super Bowl champions. This is how we do it. I get the distinct pleasure of welcoming two people you might recognize. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
Certainly they earned it. And so Patrick Mahomes on his way to the stage right now with the Lombardi trophy that he gets to carry out there. And the Chiefs have two of those. I mean, it was their show. You knew when they won the Super Bowl that this is what it was going to be. Amy Wells says it has been that way all week long. Mahomes here.
Kansas City, I think we can do a little bit better than that. Chiefs Kingdom, can I hear you out there?
A lot of fans of other teams there who are not as interested in Kansas City's moment.
Hey, Chiefs Kingdom, we in this thing or what? Hey, we fought for our right to party, baby. How about it? This thing shiny or what? Goodell, you gonna give me this mic all night? Hey, you ready to trade up for the #1 pick this year or what?
Travis Kelce has just traded up for the #1 pick. Is that official, Rhett?
I tell you what he'll do. He'll find himself back in Nashville at tight end university rather quickly doing moves like that.
The 2023 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
Carolina Panthers. 7-10 in 2022 after Matt Rule was fired on the heels of a 1-4 start and replaced with interim head coach Steve Wilks. The Panthers ultimately hired former Colts head coach Frank Reich after moving on from the likes of Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and P.J. Walker. The Panthers are in need of a QB1. This explains why Carolina traded up to #1 with Chicago, sending multiple picks and star wideout DJ Moore to the Bears. The Panthers also need help at corner, edge pass rusher, and at wide receiver. Carolina has 6 picks in this year's draft, 3 of which are in the top 100. The Carolina Panthers.
Chicago traded this pick to Carolina on March the 12th for a package that included wide receiver DJ Moore, 2023 #1 and #2 picks, a 2024 #1 pick, and a 2025 #2 pick. Ramon Foster, they gave away a lot to go pick Bryce Young. They think he turns this franchise around like Cam Newton did 12 years ago.
The beautiful part of this is that he does have Cam Newton. I said this earlier this week. It kind of makes sense for a team with a new head coach. They drafted a first-round left tackle last year. Think about that, and the idea that you can get a guy that's a passer to move you to the forefront of your division. The NFC South is not competitive when it comes down to quarterbacks right now. And the way I view this, I say to them, get your guy with a new head coach that's been a really good offensive mind in this league, coach him up, and take your lumps early. As we see Bryce Young on the television right now, it is going to be a good tenure, I feel like, for him with the coach he's paired up with. Good move by Carolina to go get their guy.
Serious football player. That's the one thing you could say. Now, when he's drafted, he'll be the smallest quarterback in the National Football League.
far.
But he is a serious football player. And when I say that, having done this for a long time, he really lives and breathes the sport. And so what they're going to get with him, I think this kid, I've had a few in my career that the minute they stepped onto an NFL campus, they were pros. This guy will be a professional the first time he steps on their campus there in Carolina.
He was a guy who came to modern day in Santa Ana, California as a heralded prospect. He left high school a 5-star. He picks Alabama. He sits behind Mac Jones for 1 year, and then the last 2 years, he's 23-4 as a starter. He won the Heisman Trophy in 2021. Could make a case if he hadn't been hurt this year, he would have won it again. He has been tested, Rhett Bryan, at every level, and he has performed.
Well, and not only that, I mean, listen, when you're talking about him being in the Southeastern Conference and playing the best that it has to offer every week, and then in that high caliber of program where you're playing all of the rest of the best because we have a college football playoff now, 80 career touchdowns to just 12 picks. The guy does it with precision, and to Coach Mac's point, his acumen is off the charts. I saw an article the other day, somebody said, this guy could just about be an offensive coordinator right now. He's got such a mind for football.
The S2 score. That's the test that they're giving a lot of football players now, and certainly it's been a focus of a lot of quarterbacks. Reportedly, he scored in the 98th percentile on the S2.
Well, and again, I'm not very familiar. It's been in play since 2018, and it's here in Nashville. I'm looking forward to going down there myself and seeing this test, but the 98th percentile in everything is pretty good if the scale is 100, right? And it doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, you watch this guy play, you just know that he understands and gets the game from a lot of different angles. And he's been playing in the Southeastern Conference where they can throw a lot of things at you defensively. He's been able to overcome quite a bit of that.
The Carolina Panthers now picking up the phone in their draft room and making the call to their player. We are going to assume that Frank Reich and company are going to end up with Bryce Young. This is the 25th anniversary, Ramon Foster, of the draft that saw the Indianapolis Colts late in the process decide to select Peyton Manning, and then the San Diego Chargers took Ryan Leaf, number 2. And what a moment that was for Indianapolis that set what had been a staggering franchise on a path to greatness and kept the Chargers in trouble for another 5 or 6 years until they finally got Drew Brees and then Phillip Rivers.
And that's what a quarterback can do for you. A guy like him who is as poised as you guys said, I saw him personally this year, and just watching how he was under control, the way he stood in the pocket at his stature and delivered the ball. He was flexible enough with his legs to create enough to go make plays for himself and his team. If you get your guy and you're as sure of a decision as he is, you can compete a lot in this league.
Alabama has produced a number 1 pick 14 straight years. That ties Miami of Florida's record from 95 through 2008. If it's Bryce Young right here, that will be 15 years, and that Nick Saban and Alabama will have that record too. They will have produced a number 1 pick 15 straight seasons.
It's not an accident why they win so many games, Mike, in the toughest collegiate conference in the country. I mean, there's a reason they win a lot of games and a lot of trophies.
It appears the pick is in, and we are getting ready to hear from the commissioner, and it feels pretty good to know after all of this wait, the NFL draft is finally happening. It began for us in late January in Mobile, Alabama, as we went to the Senior Bowl and then on to the Combine, and weeks of following and prepping. It's a lot of work for anybody who covers the draft. It's 10 times as much work if you work for a team. How must those folks, men and women, feel about that right now?
Oh, I think there's a sigh of relief. And if you happen to get the guy you want on your board, wherever that top player in the lead pod is for you, it's gratification, delayed gratification, because you're talking about hours and hours and hours of work with dozens of folks looking at these prospects.
The Carolina Panthers' first quarterback was Kerry Collins, who was the last Big Ten quarterback to be taken in the top 10. That could change in a few minutes with C.J. Stroud from Ohio State. Kerry Collins, of course, played for the Tennessee Titans and led them to the 2008 AFC South Championship. The Panthers have had some good moments with the Jake Delomes, with the Cam Newtons. They have certainly been able to be competitive throughout their history, coming into the league roughly 30 years ago in 1995, and they are looking to take the next step under David Tepper, who is their owner. Tepper has not been thrilled with the way it has gone since the billionaire put the money down and bought that franchise from Jerry Richardson. It has not gone smoothly.
Well, what David Tepper did is he got him an NFL coach. You know, he had Matt Rule in there, who's not an NFL coach. I'll just say that right now. But so what he did was he cut bait, and then he went after and got a veteran NFL coach.
You know what else, too, Coach? That is a really outstanding staff they've put together.
Oh, yeah. Well, when you hire a legitimate head coach, then assistant coaches want to follow that. And plus, you know you've got an owner that's all in, and so they're sitting in some good situations right now. They'll be able to build off of this really big.
And that's why Bryce Young will have a chance to flourish early between the offensive staff they put together and then obviously the head coach who played the position and played it well.
Yeah, and quite frankly, most of us respected him a lot as Indianapolis's head coach.
Absolutely.
He was a worthy adversary, and Mike Vrabel with nothing but good things to say about Frank Wright.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
Bryce Young, 5'10", 204, arms 30 and a half, hands 9 3/4, wings 73 and a half. And Coach Mack, a 21-year-old young man who has accolades. He's a Heisman Trophy winner. He's a natural leader in this thing. The Carolina Panthers got him a quarterback.
You know, I've got my book here, Rhett, my 38th draft book, you know, from my film study. And when you put this guy on, he is a quality point guard. He's a ball distributor. He understands how to manipulate the pocket. He doesn't panic under pressure. He's got a very, very accurate arm. He doesn't have a rocket arm, but he's got a smart arm. And this guy, as far as a competitor, he understands also what he's seen. For a quarterback to be able to process as quickly as they have to, this guy is off the charts with that. This is a tremendous pick if you want to start building a team around a franchise quarterback.
This to me just shows that all of the pre-draft fluff, all of the stories, all of the measurables don't mean anything when you know you got a ball player. That's what this pick to me signifies more than anything. Look, if a guy can play, you go get that guy. I don't care how tall, how big, how fast, how slow. And yeah, you got to meet certain criteria, but when you have a guy like him that's played at a big-time university that has not just played big but made plays specifically for that team, without him, I think Alabama lose 2-3 more games.
Well, here's the criteria for quarterbacks in this league. Lead your team and score points, and be able to handle the pressures that you're going to get. This kid has done that in spades. The thing about this kid was, I mean, we all went to the combine, and you see, and look, people were always waiting for him to be measured. We all knew he was short.
We did.
You know, he's not going to grow any taller, but this guy's going to be a good player.
Bryce Young is now a Carolina Panther. One pick in the books. Houston is next, and then Arizona at 3. Do they trade it? And who might be interested? Stay tuned. This is Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 draft.
Continuing coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans happens next. This is Titans Radio.
You're listening to Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. We are at pick number 2. The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Houston Texans. 3-13-1 under head coach Lovie Smith, who was fired in January and replaced by San Francisco defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans. After adding a handful of veteran free agents, the Texans still have needs in a few areas. With 2 top 15 selections, you can expect Houston to address holes at quarterback, edge pass rusher, and at wide receiver with the departure of Brandon Cooks via trade. The Texans hold 11 total picks in this draft, including multiple selections in rounds 1, 3, 6, and 7. The Houston Texans.
A lot of rumors that this was going to be a defensive player, but were they just playing possum? Everybody has said internally that ownership has made it clear they want a quarterback. And generally when ownership wants it, that's what happens.
Here's who you listen to when you're a head coach, the owner. Because that has to be. And if they want that, and really, Mike, they haven't been playing a lot of possum. They've been lying about what they want to do.
There is a difference, right?
There's a difference.
Yes, it is.
Well, they've gotten the card. They have run the card up to the stage more or less to use the sort of the acumen or whatever you would call it about the draft. Here's the commissioner very quickly back up.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State.
C.J. Stroud, 6'3", 214, arms 32 and 5/8, hands 10 inches, wing almost 78 inches. Coach Mack over 8,000 yards passing, 85 touchdowns to just 12 interceptions. The new franchise quarterback for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, to me, these guys were 1 and 1A, and Mike Keith said it very succinctly. When the owner, that's what he wants, that's what they get. Here's what I wrote in my notebook watching tape on him. Size, instincts, mobility are all plus. Dynamic capability, good arm strength. Excellent anticipatory thrower, all right? Ball security is good as far as location. Good pocket presence. He's got to get better at manipulating the pocket. Footwork and lower body mechanics need polishing. He's got a fairly long arm motion, but he can get to every part of the field with his arm.
C.J. Stroud throws a beautiful football, and he throws a catchable football that he can fit it into short spaces. Guys catch it and run with it. Clearly, now some of these guys, you see Anthony Richardson stand there and Will Levis stand there and flick the ball 60 yards, not moving their feet, and that's great. They have great arms, but nobody is more accurate than C.J. Stroud.
And that's the beautiful part about what his career has been. He has played big-time ball. He's able to, like you said a second ago, as you can tell on the television, he's not much taller than Roger Goodell. His ability to move his pocket, set his feet, and deliver the pass down the field has been phenomenal. As you can see, his touch deep ball that he has, with the receivers that he has also. He has helped get guys to the NFL. He has a first-round wide receiver in this draft and in next year's draft, too. You have to be good, as we see him move around the pocket, to play that position at Ohio State.
Keep something in mind here. Quarterbacks have never gone 1, 2, 3, 4 in an NFL draft. And now, if someone deals up to Arizona's spot at 3, Indianapolis needs a quarterback at 4. We could see a first.
Well, what we said, Mike, was that their pick was going to start the roulette wheel spinning, right? And now it's spinning. And so here we are. We're sitting and waiting for it. That's what puts the adrenaline into draft day. And that's what we're waiting for right now.
All right, you've been in these rooms so many times, Dave McGinnis. There were rumors everywhere that the Titans were trading up to number 3 to go get C.J. Stroud. Did that force the Texans' hand?
Well, look, the owner, as you said he wanted a quarterback. The number 1 quarterback in most people's board was gone. The owner said he wanted a quarterback, and so to me, this is the pick. If your owner wanted it, regardless of what you were thinking, that's who you take.
But if you were the Titans, would you mind it out in the ether if you wanted Houston to take C.J. Stroud?
See, there's a part of that it's going to be in my book. From the combine on to this point, every coach that you hear and every general manager that you hear, anytime they do any national broadcast, they're lying. Okay, so, I mean, that's just the truth.
That's very real.
Well, you just wonder about the gamesmanship in this, and I've never been in one of those rooms, so I don't know what's real, which is why I ask you. But when the rumor got out that the Titans were looking to go to 3, and everybody was reporting that the Titans were looking to go to 3 for one guy, and you're like, boy, that's unusual that it would get out in that way. You just wonder.
You know what you call that?
No, sir.
And I've been on the phone a lot in these situations. I mean, I know we got some fishermen in here. You chum the water. You chum the water, you throw bait out there, you see what you can pull in, and that's all chum. We've just seen a great example of it, the second pick of the draft.
Mike, a very emotional C.J. Stroud about to put his hat on, go and hug the commissioner. Coleridge Bernard Stroud IV, a two-time Heisman finalist. His father is incarcerated. It put his family into financial ruins. They lived in a tiny apartment with his mom and his 4 siblings. He didn't have money for new football cleats. He had blisters on his feet wearing the old ones. He did whatever he could to try to improve himself. He watched YouTube videos. He didn't have, the things afforded to him and resources in this. By the time he was a junior in high school, about 50 pass attempts, no offers, no nothing. He had an obvious choice he could have taken. He could have taken the other path. Tonight, his family's better off. He's the number 2 pick in the draft.
Arizona is on the clock, 1:55 and counting, as Monty Ossenfort, the former Titans exec, is now their general manager. Jonathan Gannon, the head coach.
Arizona Cardinals. 4-13 under head coach Cliff Kingsbury, who was fired at the conclusion of the 2022 season, as well as GM Steve Keim. Kingsbury and Keim were replaced by Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon and former Titans director of player personnel Monty Ossenfort. After the retirement of J.J. Watt and losing Zach Allen in free agency, the Cardinals are in need of a boost on the D-line and at edge rusher. Cornerback is another area of need after Byron Murphy also left via free agency. Arizona has 8 picks in total, and that includes multiple selections in rounds 4 and 7. The Arizona Cardinals.
And guess what has happened? We are being told that Arizona has traded number 3 to the Houston Texans. So Houston is going back up, and they may get their guy anyway, if that's Will Anderson, if that's Jalen Carter.
Yep.
But Houston had the draft capital to do this. They entered the night with 2. They've already used it. With 12, with 33, with 65, with 73. So 5 picks in the first 3 rounds, 11 picks total. With that draft capital, they're saying, hey, we don't need 12 guys. Let's go get another great player. And to move from 12 to 3 is not terribly expensive on the draft value chart. It's only about 1,000 points. And so they can give up a lot of capital in this draft and may not have to give up a tremendous amount of capital in next year's draft.
They did a great job. But they had to have 2 number 1s. And to have 2 number 1s, you have to be a really bad team. That's how you get these high picks.
All right, so the Texans have just taken C.J. Stroud, and then they're hand forced, many thinking they were going to take Will Anderson number 2 or Jalen Carter number 2. Maybe it's somebody else. Maybe it's a corner. Maybe it's an offensive lineman.
And at 2, you got the pick, or 3, I should say, you got the pick of the litter of whatever you want in this. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Any of those positions you mentioned.
2 quarterbacks off the board. We will find out pretty soon what they have given up. And Arizona gives up 3, and they still have 34, 94, 96, 105, 168, 180, and 213. So they came into the night with a total of 8 picks, and I just told you the bevy of picks that Houston has, and so they could end up with 33, the second pick tomorrow night. They could end up with 65, which is going to be the second pick in round 3. There are a lot of things that they can take. You would have thought if the Titans or somebody else made this deal, you would have to give up at least a number 1 next year as well. In terms of the chart, Houston doesn't necessarily have to do that. We'll see what kind of deal Arizona got.
Arizona Cardinals have traded the 3rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
Will Anderson, 6'3", 253, arms 33 7/8, hands 9 7/8, wing 81 inches, 4.60 in the 40. And Coach Mack, this is a jack linebacker who can drop back in coverage. He can rush off the edge. He can come down into the gap and stop the runner. He does it all.
My number one defensive player on my board here. When you watch this guy play, this guy's just a pure football player. He's a speed-to-power guy off the edge. The other thing that he's got is tremendous hand strength. And it's really important in the National Football League for rushers to have hand strength. But when you look at it, I wrote dominant collegiate player. Strength, speed, power off the edge, outstanding player, and that's really all I needed to write.
Will Anderson has been this good since we found out his name. A former 5-star coming out of high school also. The youngest of 5 sisters. Got to throw that out there, too. The guy has a lot of discipline because he's raised by his sister, by his sisters. He's a guy that you look at him and you say, he has flexible hips. He's not super big, but he plays with a whole lot of violence, man. He can come off the edge. He can rush off the ball also, and he has really good closing speed. And he plays the run really well. He can get in the backfield on teams and really disrupt, man. The go defense with this third pick is huge for a guy.
You know, the other thing, Mike, that impressed me at the Combine, this guy knew he was going to be a top 5 pick, but he did every drill at the Combine. Some of these guys opt out. He did every drill at the Combine, and then the coaches on the floor wanted about 5 of them to come and run the hoop drill that Jim Washburn, the former Titans D-line coach, put into the Combine. He stayed. He stayed and did everything that was asked of him. This guy's a football player from wall to wall.
The Texans had to trade pick 12, 33 that I mentioned, a 2024 first-round pick, and a 2024 third-round pick. The Cardinals trade pick 3, which becomes Will Anderson, and pick 105. Monty Ossenfort got a whale of a deal right there that allowed Houston to take the defensive player that they wanted. Will Anderson, Carolina, number 1 with Bryce Young. Houston, number 2 with C.J. Stroud. Houston again at number 3, Will Anderson. Those are the 3 players off the board so far in the 2023 NFL Draft. Our coverage is brought to you by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Visit FBHP.com to learn more.
Don't miss the next Titans pick. Keep it here for continuing coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft.
Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft continues. The last 2 picks have been AFC South. That's right, Houston Texans. The 4th pick is also AFC South. It's the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock at number 4.
Indianapolis Colts. 4-12 under head coach Frank Reich, who was fired in November of 2022 and replaced by Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator Shane Steichen. After a one-year stint as starting quarterback, the Colts released veteran Matt Ryan, signed Gardner Minshew, and are once again looking for their next Manning or Luck. With the loss of Bobby Okereke and cornerback Stephon Gilmore, they should be active on the defensive side of the ball, especially with a strong cornerback class. Indy has 9 total picks in this draft and has multiple selections in rounds 5 and 7. The Indianapolis Colts.
The pick is in for Indianapolis already at number 4. They sprinted that card up there pretty quick.
Mike, at this rate, we're going to be doing number 11 here in about 5 minutes.
That'd be
we're
great.
rolling.
That'd be great. It's fun when it rolls like this.
Well, and you got to figure that it's his quarterback with this thing, because Jim Irsay wants to beat the Titans so bad he can't. I mean, it's amazing.
With the 4th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida.
Anthony Richardson, 6'4", 244, arms 32 3/4, hands 10.5, wing almost 80 inches. He ran a 4.43 40 at the combine, 1.52 at his first 10, an electric 40.5-inch vertical leap, and a broad jump of 10.9. And Coach Dave McGinnis, he only started 13 games in his college career, much like a Mitch Trubisky, but this is not Mitch Trubisky.
Well, I compared him to Dante Culpepper, that goes way back. I go way back in this league, and the physical gifts of this guy are amazing. And here's what I will say about him. Tremendous arm. He's got physical skills that are just overflowing in every aspect. He's an athlete. The thing that he needs to do, and that they will do with him once they get a quarterback coach on top of his game, he's got to marry his bottom part to his top part. He has not been an accurate thrower, but that happens a lot when you're throwing off balance. But this guy, they get into an RPO system with this guy. That's exactly what he'll be coming into this league. He's rare. His athletic gifts are rare, but he's been very, very inconsistent. And so I hope he's inconsistent at least 2 weeks out of the year.
All right, so let me ask you this. You know how Jim Irsay is. He is not a patient man, to say the least. He made them change quarterbacks during the season last year, and it was not good when he made that decision. Is Richardson ready to start?
No. Yeah, technically, no, Mike. But is he going to start? Yes.
I think he is too.
He's going to start.
They don't really have anybody else.
No, that's why they took him. I mean, the answer is no. Is he technically ready? Not at all. Is he going to? Yes.
This is what I say about a guy like him. Considering the woes and issues that our offensive line had last year, you get a guy like Anthony Richardson that is athletic, that does have a monster arm. So you can simplify for those guys up front while they catch up bearings. They do have a good running back, okay? We cannot forget that side of it, too. Eventually, it will come together. I have guys that I know that studied this guy in college, and they were just like, he is actually legit. You put him in the right system, keep him inside his box, he can make plays. Now, it's a matter of what Coach Mack said, letting his top marry his bottom and being in a position to say, look, you don't have to be Superman. Go make the plays until you learn and grow a little bit more.
He completed 53% of his passes in high school, 55% in college. I mean, doesn't that make you nervous? It's a passing league.
It is. It's worrisome. But, again, if you pair him with the right offensive coordinator, you have the ability to surround him with some weapons. A young guy like this, yes, they're going to run him also. That's the other component of his game that I say C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young don't have.
Hey, listen, they've got a giant tight end named Jelani Woods who they took last year.
Well, but who's he blocked?
I understand.
I mean, he came – the only time he played last year was on the goal line.
And that's what I'm talking about, a big pass. Red zone, target like that. Let me ask my question here to Coach Mack.
All right.
You said top and bottom half married. Clearly, evaluators like yourself have said the footwork is what's out of skew when you get the accuracy issues. A, is it coachable, and B, how quickly can he rectify that?
Well, that's what coaches are for, and they've got to get it. They got to get it straight. They spent this pick on this guy, so they've got to get it straight with him. And when I talk about marrying the bottom and the top, they don't get a lot of finite coaching in collegiate ball because they have 20 hours a week for the coaches to work with them. Now, does he fix this? This reminds me a lot of, and I've been through 38 drafts, but just let's go recency bias. The same stuff was being said about Josh Allen coming out of Wyoming. Now, the thing that you look at this guy is, and when I said he's going to an RPO system, coaches have to help him early on. Don't be mad at him, Mike.
No, I'm not mad at him at all. I just, if you're them, this is a fascinating pick because you bring in Shane Steichen.
Yes.
And you reset this thing. You have a guy like Frank Reich, and you let a good coach go in the middle of the year in a strange way, and then you're starting a rookie. Who was Mike? Was he 4th-round pick? I can't remember what the kid was, but I mean,
Jelani Woods. Yeah, he's 4th.
No, not Jelani Woods. I'm talking about the quarterback.
Erlinger.
Yeah.
Sam Erlinger. Sam Erlinger was late day 3.
So I mean, if the owner says you're starting Sam Erlinger, you're definitely starting Anthony Richardson.
He was a 6th-round draft pick, by the way, Mike.
Yeah, 6th round draft.
Yeah, come out and support Sam this Sunday. Most of the fans didn't know who Sam was.
Mike, you said it. Here's the phrase you said. If the owner wants.
I know.
That's what they're doing.
But you know what, Mike Keith? This is the thing. If they don't hit on Anthony Richardson, that's a 5-year reset for the Titans to beat him.
It's a 5-year reset.
It is. It's a 5-year because they got to go through them after trying to let him
because
develop.
you've got to go through the process. I mean, there were people who said in the process, this kid, while incredibly talented, is at least 2 years away.
But this is also what happens when you do an interview on your airplane and you tell people we need to beat that team down south. You get a little desperate.
You do a video.
Yeah, you do that.
This next team has a pick later on in pick 20 overall, but right now at pick number 5, the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock.
Seattle Seahawks, 9-8 under longtime head coach Pete Carroll. Second place in the NFC West. The Seahawks have attacked their need for a push up front on the defensive line with free agent signings of both Draymond Jones and Jerron Reed. Edge rusher is still a place of emphasis and could be an early target. Don't overlook another quarterback, even though Geno Smith is now under a longer-term contract. Seattle has 10 selections in this draft, with 2 of those in round 1 and 2 in round 2. They have plenty of capital to make moves if they want to. The Seattle Seahawks.
This feels like a place where you could see Seattle go for Jalen Carter.
Mike, I just took my notebook and I showed it to Ramon because you were facing away from me, and I pointed to Jalen Carter.
I said it to you earlier in the week.
You did.
Is that Jalen Carter is such a Pete Carroll guy.
Yes.
He had these dudes at SC. Yep. He's had these dudes at Seattle. He doesn't care. He's like, I mean, I don't know that's who they're going to take. They could, certainly Will Levis would make a ton of sense as well because Geno Smith's deal is basically a 1-year deal.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's going to be interesting, but you said Pete Carroll seems to be the player whisperer on how he's able to deal with guys. And let's be honest, too, being in the Pacific Northwest, you're separated from a lot of stuff.
No question.
So for him to get in trouble back home, he really got to try to get in trouble back home. And the people, let's be honest, Coach Mack's been in this league. You guys been around for a very long time. Those flights from Georgia to Seattle may be a little bit more expensive for a young guy that's coming fresh into the league.
Well, my daughter lived in Seattle for 3 years, and I can tell you how hard it is to get out there. I mean, it's not something you do at a drop of a hat. And the other thing, too, is you're right. You just don't. And Matt Hasselbeck said that when he was with the Titans. He goes, we are largely ignored much of the time because nobody is able to watch us on a regular basis or see us on a regular basis because it's hard to get a reporter out there all the time to keep the national media informed.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've seen it from experience. It's a 5-hour direct flight just from Nashville to go there.
It's hard.
It's on the other side of the world, basically.
The pick is in. Seattle at number 5. They will select again at 20. And then Detroit with the first of their 2 picks. In studying what Arizona was able to do in their trade for pick number 3, right now, Coach, They're going to pick again at 12, and then tomorrow night they go at 33 and 34.
That's draft ammunition, Mike. That is draft ammo, and you've got to be very judicious with that much draft ammo.
This player.
Fifth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, quarterback, Illinois.
Devin Witherspoon, 5'11", 181, arms 31 1/4, hands 8 7/8, wing almost 74, a 4.43 40, 1.58 in the first 10. And Coach Mack, this guy is a high school 4x100 relay guy, 4.137 in that. He's a track dude, and he's a pass breakup machine, 30 of those in his college career. We saw him at the Senior Bowl in January in Mobile, Alabama. He has rocketed up the charts since that time.
You know, when you're evaluating corners, the first thing you look at and you watch and see, can they stay in phase? And in phase means, can they stay in phase without giving up ground, without chopping their feet, and without getting turned around? This is a sticky, sticky dude. You look at him, you guys can see him up there on the screen. He's not a physically big guy, but everything that he has, he brings with him. He's got oily hips. We talk about oily hips where he can transition, move them in and out, and he has got a dog mentality as for a cornerback.
It could have been easily him or Christian Gonzalez. His #1 corners go
Yes.
off the board, okay? This kid right here had a friend of mine, Brian McFadden, call in on our show and say this, watch his film on. I'm like, why, B-Mac? He said, watch his film on. By far the most violent cornerback you're going to see on this film. Coach Mack alluded to his size. You would never know this. This guy is a missile who's willing to throw his face in the fan and has good coverage skills with great vertical, able to play the ball up high. They got a dude in him.
He's got some Cortland Finnegan
Oh,
in
my.
him. He's got a lot of
Yeah.
that in terms of the feistiness. And like Cortland, he can run 4.42, can make some things happen. And he's played a lot of football, including a lot of special teams.
Yes.
He's played special teams, but the thing where you look at him, his instincts are off the charts. And he is. I mean, that guy, he's a lot like Cortland. That's a great analogy there because Cortland was in your face constantly.
His former head coach, Lovie Smith, said pound for pound, the toughest guy on his team and a junkyard dog.
I had he and Christian Gonzalez. I had Christian Gonzalez first just because he's got a size advantage. This guy's a real football player. And, Mike, you talk about Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll cut his teeth in this league. He and I came into this league about the same time as a secondary coach.
And I know you guys know this, but look at their division on how they play ball. They run the ball, have mobile quarterbacks for the most part, but they like to get the ball around the edges. He's a guy that needs to be able to tackle, and they got a tackler and also a ball hawk.
Plan on paying less for the coverage you need with Farm Bureau Health Plans. Get a quote today at fbhp.com. Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. We've got a lot more from 6th and Peabody. The Titans just 6 away in the first round.
Don't miss the next Titans pick. Keep it here for continuing coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. This is Titans Radio.
For 4 years, there were no trades in the NFL draft among the top 9 picks. Tonight, there have already been 2. The second, Arizona has traded back into the top 10 with Detroit. Arizona is on the clock with 1:50 left, getting ready to make their selection at number 6. So Monty Ossenfort has been a busy guy. What or who do you think he is looking for here, Coach Dave McGinnis?
About Tyree Wilson.
Ooh.
Big edge out of Texas Tech. Let me just say this about what's going on in draft rooms. For 31 years, I love this part of the draft because, as you can imagine, I work the phones a lot. And this is where your adrenaline really gets pumping because you can prepare all the boards that you want. But once it starts getting live and in color like it is now, this is a lot of fun. It really is.
Mac, it's one of two directions. It's either that because J.J. Watt is retired. They've lost some things on that side of the ball for sure. But Kyler Murray could use some protection. Maybe that's a thing that we're looking at in this because they paid that young man a lot of money, and that's the asset you've got to protect.
Or do they grab Christian Gonzalez because Witherspoon is off the board?
You know, this is what's so great about this. And the thing about this is we can't be wrong because we graded 309 players, and so we got a chance here.
And what you also find happening, too, is they had an offensive-minded head coach in Cliff Kingsbury. You usually go opposite that whenever you change regime, so it's going to be very interesting. I think defense on this one, too, but protection is always huge in this league.
So Monty Ossenfort, our friend who's now the Arizona GM, has traded the pick that he got from Houston at 12 and one of the second-round picks to move into this spot. We'll see what the rest of the package is, but we know that much at least. The pick is in, and Arizona, who did not make their pick at 3, traded it with Houston, has made a pick at 6. And the crowd in Kansas City, I guess they care. They're just having a good time.
That's a great crowd. It wasn't as great as the crowd when we had it here downtown.
No, that's what I was going to ask. Go.
Here comes the commish.
Cheap pop for Coach Mack.
Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State.
Paris Johnson Jr., 6'6", 313, arms an incredible 36 1/8 inches, hands 9.5, a wing almost 86 inches wide, and he is a big dancing bear, Coach Dave McGinnis, the top tackle on our board, and he is now an Arizona Cardinal.
You know, that's why we got Ramon Foster up here. I'm going to let him go next after you, Rhett, just because I'm going to defer to double-digit experience in this league.
That's right.
Great. Love this pick. I said this. He's one of the most polarizing guys in this top 10 because he can play 2 different positions. Hadn't played a lot at either one, but it's amazing of an athlete that he is. I got him coming out of high school, a 5-star guy. If you haven't seen his high school film, it is legendary. He straight up abused people. I said he could be a project type of guy because he's played those 2 positions. 1 year tackle, 1 year guard, a lot of flexibility. A true junior who has a whole lot of ceiling left inside of him. If he's coached well, his potential can be through the roof. Still a lot of unknowns about what he possessed, but you got a great talent. Always looking for work on his film. He needs to be better and tighter with his hands, but he's a good athlete. He can get in space. He can block. His run game has to be a little bit better, but he's going to be paid to protect Kyler Murray, and they got their guy for the future moving forward.
He covered it all, you know. And what I put down here, he was a starting right guard in 2021, moved to left tackle 2022, explosive athlete. First thing I wrote on my sheet, easy movement skills, exceptional range. All right, he can get to the second level against the run. Good in space, top end mobility, good frame, long levers. Size, power, athleticism. He can dominate reps at times, got good hand usage, has tenacity, got a little bit of a mean streak in him. He's got foot quickness. He needs to add functional strength.
Yes.
Both in his uppers and his lowers. That's the run part of it.
Before we get a station identification, which is coming up momentarily, I want to ask you both very quickly. There were some people who really did not like Paris Johnson Jr. What was not to like? Why would some people have thought that?
You want to go first or you want me to?
I'll go first on this one. Just simply because he's played guard and tackle. You got to ask yourself what his running game is going to be like. And the idea also that he's young and talented. He's a true junior coming out of college right now. Not many games under his belt. And you say to take him in the top 10, he needs to be a sure fit. Well, that guard-tackle combo to me kind of questionable when it breaks down as to why you take him in this top 10.
You want to know why
Yes.
they didn't like him?
Yes.
They're wrong.
Okay. Well, that was very simple. Thank you. This, too, is very simple. It's been done for over 100 years on radio stations like this one and many others. We pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. The 2023 NFL Draft happens here at 6th and Peabody. This is Titans Radio. With Rhett Bryan, Coach Dave McGinnis, and Ramon Foster, my name is Mike Keith, and we're glad to have you with us from 6th and Peabody in downtown Nashville, where we have a whale of a party going on here as we are enjoying the first round of this 2023 NFL Draft. Sponsored by our friends at Pinnacle. With all-pro service and advice from Pinnacle, you can play hard and bank easy. And if you open a Titans checking account with at least $100 and a reoccurring direct deposit by May 31st, you could get a $200 MasterCard gift card. Details at titansbanking.com. Titans checking from Pinnacle, member FDIC.
So terms of the trade have been announced, and Detroit I already have number 18, but they get 12, 18, and they get 34 tomorrow night.
Okay.
Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, the general manager, have got some ammo. Right now with pick number 7, the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock.
Las Vegas Raiders, 6-11 under first-year head coach Josh McDaniels, and third place in the AFC West. Out goes longtime quarterback Derek Carr. In comes veteran Jimmy Garoppolo. With a top 10 pick, they could still grab a young franchise quarterback. Help at the edge rusher spot, cornerback, and on the interior of the offensive line isn't out of the question. The Raiders hold the most picks of this draft, with 12 total. They have multiple picks in rounds 3, 5, 6, and 7. The Las Vegas Raiders.
What do the Las Vegas Raiders want here, Dave McGinnis?
Well, he talked about the interior. This is a good place for Peter Skronski.
Yep.
If you want to take Peter Skronski here. Also, Mike, Christian Gonzalez, the corner from Oregon, may come into play here too. As I said, they've got so many picks now, they can just run the gamut.
All right, so let's have some fun.
Let's go.
If Al Davis were still with us, who would he take?
The fastest human in the draft.
I'll go even a step further. The biggest and fastest guy left in the draft. Okay?
Well, it would be DJ Turner, the quarterback from Michigan, who was 4.27, I think.
Yeah, I think he would have taken Bijan Robinson. He loved a running back so much.
There you go.
Wow.
But
does he go Will Levis here?
Well, Al has.
But no, I mean,
No.
they've got Garoppolo.
Yep.
They got Garoppolo.
I say they go protection here. They struck out on Alex Leatherwood, if I'm not mistaken. They have the ability to get a guy right now. Peter Skronski somewhat makes sense for a team like this, considering they need to be able to run the ball and knock off some clock.
Said to be the cleanest player in the draft, Skronski from Northwestern. What does that mean, Coach?
Most technically pure player. You cannot find very many technical flaws in his game. He played left tackle at Northwestern. The knock is his arm length, his footwork, his hand placement, his ability to read angles, his ability to jump people in space, and plus the fact he can sink his hips. He's got a good anchor to him. He's got very few technical flaws, Mike. He's probably one of the most technically balanced players in this draft at any position.
Rhett Bryan, what do you think the Las Vegas Raiders do at 7?
I think they could have somebody come in to help big bad Max Crosby on defense.
Be a good place for Tyree Wilson.
It would, because we discussed some of the places where they have areas of need, and that is also one of them.
Is Jalen Carter a Raider?
He could very well be.
That's a Raider pick if there ever was one.
Yeah. Talk about Al Davis.
Al Davis.
Oh, Al Davis. Yeah. Well, you're absolutely right. I'm wrong. Al Davis would have driven to his house.
Come on, I'll give you a ride.
Yeah, come on.
Al would have had somebody drive him.
That's fair.
Yes, indeed.
Al Locasell is who he
Al
would have had.
Locasell would have driven him.
Al Locasell would have made the trip. That's who would have done it. So
Here's a giant tracksuit for you, sir.
But this Raiders team is a team that needs to win, and they need to win fast. McDaniels being their head coach right now, not a whole lot out of him last year. So you almost want to think offensively. But, again, the defensive side of the ball can always use help when it comes down to this type of team.
Well, and think about who you're playing. You're going to go against Sean Payton.
Yes.
And he will probably revitalize Russell Wilson. You have Justin Herbert, who's younger than Hendon Hooker, as a matter of fact, and he can sling it.
Yep.
And then, of course, you got Patrick Mahomes. That's 6 of your games every year.
Mac, what happens in this league? You draft accordingly first, one to need, but also to your division.
You always draft to your division, Ramon, because the quickest way to get to the tournament, win your division.
Yep.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, defensive end, Texas Tech.
Tyree Wilson, 6'5", 271, arms 35 and 5/8 inches, hands nearly 10, a wing of 84 1/4, and Coach Mack 17 quarterback sacks in his career. He had a surgically repaired foot in November. The hardware came out of it a month ago, and here he is ready to play for the Las Vegas Raiders.
I'm sorry, Rhett. Tyree Wilson, he has got all the size that you want. He's a big, long dude. Now, if you're going to, he can play inside and outside with that type of length. When you got him on the edge, he is not a flexible Gumby edge rusher. He's a speed to power guy. He's a speed to power guy, but he's relentless when he starts playing. Now, you put him inside, you can do some things trying to attack that center guard triangle. But people evaluate him. I talked to a lot of defensive line coaches at the combine when I was there. They think this guy, once he develops some counter moves and gets a little bit more base to him, gets a little bit more sand in his bottom, that this guy could really be, he could be like a Calais Campbell. And big and long, and am I right?
Did you steal my notes?
Yes.
Okay, because that's the exact same thing I have going on right here. I got big body guy, tall kid who moves well, rangy as heck, is relentless getting to the quarterback. I said this, really good speed for his size, will give you his chest, which is not good in the NFL. And I'm not sure what his secondary move is. He has the ability to bull rush all the time. That needs a partner to what you just said a second ago. But he's got a good motor, good bend, and you can tell this. He grew into his body. Looking at his younger years at Texas Tech, he grew into his body, but he's good against the run too. He's still a baby deer the way he moves. Look at him on the TV if you're watching. Like, he is a baby deer still. He doesn't know what he doesn't know.
Well, and that's a great way to put it. I mean, Chandler Jones, they just had up there as a comp, which is very, very close. So what he has to learn to do, and he will. He's got to learn to get just more functional strength in his game, because he's got a little nasty to him, and the speed to power with those long levers. You played offensive lineman in the National Football League. The thing you guys hate the most is long-armed defensive players, because you can't get to them.
I couldn't grab him, Coach.
Yeah, that's
absolutely
what I said.
hated him. Swipe his hands down, hope he falls to the ground.
All right, so here's what's happened so far. Carolina went number 1 and took Bryce Young, quarterback Alabama. Houston at number 2 takes C.J. Stroud, quarterback Ohio State. Houston trades with Arizona for the 3rd pick, and the Texans select Will Anderson, outside linebacker, Alabama. Indianapolis at number 4 selects the 3rd quarterback of the night, and that is Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida. Seattle selects Devon Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois, at number 5. Arizona trades with Detroit to go up to 6 to take defense or offensive tackle Paris Johnson Jr., and Las Vegas has just selected Texas Tech defensive lineman Tyree Wilson. The Atlanta Falcons pick is in. We'll tell you who it is when Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft continues from 6th and Peabody. Stay with us.
The 2023 NFL Draft on Titans Radio, presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. The pick-by-pick analysis continues next. This is Titans Radio.
The 2023 NFL Draft continues on Titans Radio. Atlanta has made their pick. Many speculating that Arthur Smith wanted to add a running back to put with his second-year quarterback, Desmond Ridder. Of course, what happened when Arthur Smith was here? Derrick Henry became a superstar. Rhett Bryan, is that going to happen again here at number 8? Does he add a running back?
This is a place where a running back could go, and if it's going to be anybody, it would be Bijan Robinson from Texas. There's a chance it's Jahmyr Gibbs, but it would be Bijan, who can do pretty much everything.
Ditto. Bijan Robinson, pure football player.
And you know why?
Maybe one of the best players.
They ran Cordero Patterson last year at running back. That's why it makes sense.
And he didn't do badly.
He didn't, but that's not his natural position.
No. Here we go, at the podium. The commissioner and two gentlemen he needs to identify for us. I don't know them.
Atlanta Falcons pick. I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative, Inspired Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back, Texas.
Bijan Robinson, 5'11", 215, arms 31 1/8, hand 9 3/4, 74 3/4 wing, 4.46 in the 40, 37-inch vertical leap, a broad jump of over 10 feet 4 inches. Coach Dave McGinnis, 2,300 yards after contact, a 3-down back for Arthur Smith and the Falcons.
Best back in this draft by far, and maybe one of the better football players. Excellent lateral agility. I've got it written right here. He's got a lot of make-a-miss to him. Contact balance, good, reliable pass catcher out of the backfield. This guy will play all 3 downs for them. Full route tree, high football IQ, athleticism is superior. He's going to have to work on his pass game blocking, which all running backs do coming out of the collegiate game. But this guy's pad level, he can do it all. He is a gadget back that's got power. And when you talk about contact balance, you're not going to arm tackle this guy. He will be a coverage nightmare for linebackers.
If you look at his tape, you'll understand why he's a top 10 pick at running back, man. Legitimately 4.4 speed, 37-inch vertical, so he's explosive. He joins a long list of Texas running backs. You know how good they've been historically. His footwork is impeccable to me, and no one moves better than him in this draft. If you look at the way he takes on contact, he's strong, a loose runner, slippery with breakaway speed also, man. The game is getting more to a run, it seems, and to me, he is good. He does almost everything well except for his blocking.
Ramon, and the thing that he does as good as anybody is make guys miss. 214 forced missed tackles in 3 years at Texas. He can shift and leave you in the dust.
And that's what I meant by slippery. You can try to grab him, but if you look at his short areas movements,
good luck.
Nobody's really grabbing
right
him in the gap or outside in a wide zone. He's good at that. Look, I mean, it's phenomenal, his footwork.
Averaged 5.9 a carry and over 13 yards a catch. Did fumble 6 times. So some issues with that, but not a lot of problems with his game overall. Good speed, decent size. The versatility is such a factor. You won't have to carry a small back to play third down, which is another thing where you'll save money. And Arthur will know exactly what to do with him in Atlanta.
He absolutely will. And the other thing is, because of his pass catching ability and his route tree ability, Mike, Arthur will split this guy out. He won't just keep him in the backfield.
Philadelphia did not stay at 10. They have traded with Chicago up to 9, and they have already made the pick. So that means we have had 3 trades in the top 9 after not having one trade within the top 9 for the last 4 years. So Philadelphia, the defending NFC champions, have made a pick.
The Philadelphia Eagles. 14-3 under second-year head coach Nick Sirianni, and NFC champions. Philly sees the departure of both its offensive and defensive coordinators to take head coaching positions. The Eagles brought back both James Bradberry and Darius Slay at cornerback, but another corner could be in order. Both of the trenches are a place they might attack, especially with the loss of Javon Hargrave. The Eagles only have 6 picks in this draft, but 2 of them are in the first round. The Philadelphia Eagles.
Have not seen it yet, but would not imagine they had to give up a whole lot to move up one spot. We'll see what that ends up being momentarily, but Philadelphia.
Looks like number 10 and a 4th-round pick next year.
Okay,
to move
so
up one spot.
That's pretty easy. And will be interesting to see if this is Christian Gonzalez or this is Jalen Carter.
2 good names. They
names. Love to stockpile defensive linemen.
Jeremiah Washburn, Jim Washburn's son, is the assistant defensive line coach there. They had the best pass rushing team last year up front in the National Football League by the number of sacks. They have built this football team up front. We talked about Howie Roseman. They built this team up front on both sides of the ball. So you said Jalen Carter. You also look at Christian Gonzalez.
Well, and an older locker room, too, with a lot of leadership. It's a good place for him to come into, one would figure.
Well, yes. I mean, they could possibly have a receiver here. I mean, the field's open to them here.
Sure.
And that's the thing about Philly is Philly's a good enough team because, like as you said, they played in the Super Bowl last year to where they can almost pick anything and be a plug and play, or they can be a rotational type of guy. You have a guy like Brandon Graham who's still on their roster who's getting older, so they can go outside rusher. They can also go D tackle, as we said earlier, losing Javon Hargrave, who's a run-stopping pass rusher too. So they have an assortment of positions they can go to. Just, you know what? It's a luxury pick for them almost.
It is a luxury pick.
What if it's something crazy, though, and they wanted Bijan Robinson, and maybe they moved up real quick here to try to take Jahmyr Gibbs? What if it's something off the wall?
I've got a
like
feeling,
that?
in talking to people today, there's no doubt in my mind that Gibbs is going somewhere in the first round.
Well, he's the next back.
He's the next back, but I think he was hotter under the surface than what we knew until just recently. And, it could be a surprise like him because Gibbs is, he's 5'9", 199, but 4.36 speed, and he is a do-it-all kind of guy too.
He's my number 2 back, and just as far as evaluation, and he's got receiving skills too. We'll see.
Yeah, the one thing you look at Philly and say is, why do y'all got to do certain stuff good? They've been fortunate too. So many things have worked out. For Hurts to work out as a second-round quarterback, that's like winning $10,000 on a $20 scratcher. Yes, it is.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Jalen Carter, 6'3", 314, arms 33 and a half, hands 10 and a quarter, wing 81 inches. The Apopka, Florida native is the next Philadelphia Eagle, Mike Keith.
A lot of people believe he's the best player in the draft.
Well, look, Mean Joe Green was my defensive line coach for 8 years. When I was defensive coordinator and head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, we would go out looking for players, and he would tell me, Coach Mack, if we find a bear standing upright on 2 hind legs, take him. And guess what? This is a bear on 2 hind legs. This guy is explosive. He is a center guard triangle wrecker.
Yes, he is.
He can make a difference. He immediately becomes a focal point of any offensive game plan as far as having to turn the line to him, all of these things. This is a big-time football player.
Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is brought to you by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Visit FBHP.com to learn more about Farm Bureau Health Plans and how they can help you.
Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft continues in round number 1. This team originally had the number 1 overall pick. They made a trade a little while back, and they are number 10. The Chicago Bears are on the clock.
Chicago Bears. 3-14 under first-year head coach Matt Eberflus. And last place in the NFC North. GM Ryan Poles made a splash by trading the number 1 overall pick just a week after the Combine. Chicago got a top receiver in DJ Moore as part of the trade, and they've been very active in free agency. The places of need that can help them get over the top. A top-flight offensive tackle, a corner to add to an already young secondary, and a pass-rushing defensive lineman would also help. The Bears have multiple selections in rounds 2, 4, 5, and 7, and 10 picks total. The Chicago Bears.
All right, Coach Mack, the Titans are very close to making a pick because Chicago is about to turn the card in, and then it's the Titans. Tell me what you think the Bears do here.
Peter Skronski. How's that?
I like it.
I mean,
he's from Chicago.
From Chicago, and again, one of the best pure players in this draft. Again, Chicago needs a lot of help, too, so they could go a lot of play. Christian Gonzalez is still sitting there. Corners, we had one corner taken, but I like Skronski here.
What do you think, Ramon?
I like Skronski also. I think he's been there since the day he entered into the draft, man. Justin Fields needs protection. They will have the ability to have a run game, man. It makes all the sense in the world. Hometown guy going to Chicago to play for his hometown team.
His granddad played for the Packers.
Yeah.
Bob Skronski.
Yes, he
now
did.
That's a Packer name right there.
5 world championships and 2 Super Bowls.
Yes. Well, he was so popular with Vince Lombardi that before his last game, he went to Lombardi and asked to take his family on the plane, knowing that he was going to give it up, and Lombardi let him do it. Wife and kids on the trip. That's a respected player.
It's a respected player, plus the reason Lombardi let him do it because back then they weren't paying him.
That's
so
very true,
Chicago's pick is in, and that means what's going on behind the scenes in Kansas City is actually the Titans are on the clock. So hang on. The timing, just to explain, the timing as it's being done is for TV, to let them roll the package on everything and do that. So just giving you a little pullback of the curtain. Hang on a second, let me tell you something. The commissioner's walking out again.
23 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
Darnell Wright, 6'5", 333, arms 33 3/4, hands 9, wing 82, 501 in the 40, 27 games at right tackle, 13 at left tackle, 2 at right guard. I defer to you Vol for life, Ramon Foster. Tell us about Darnell Wright.
Let me take my time with this one, okay? Former 5-star prospect coming out of West Virginia. How rare is that, Coach Mack? Rare. Okay, so it says a lot about the guy, man. Has the ease to play offensive tackle, has the footwork. He was smart enough to say, you know what, I have a whole lot of value by moving over to the right side. I'm happy for this guy because he knows himself, man. The thing about him, he played right tackle and had his best career there, but he moves like a left tackle. He pretty much ran a 4.9 flat at the NFL draft. He ran a 5.01. He is a tenth of a second from a 4.9. His arms is good. He moves well. He finishes blocks. Yes, you have questions about why did it take you so long to grow up. But, you know, like I know, Coach Mack, sometimes it takes a little bit when you go through a head coaching change. You got to figure out what you are as an offensive lineman. I'm happy for this kid, man. Doesn't say much. He's just a worker.
Yeah, met him at the Senior Bowl with you. I mean, he doesn't say anything, but doing his tape, here's what I wrote down, Ramon. Size, power, tenacity.
Yes.
Good functional strength, especially in the run game. Strong hands, stout anchor. Decent pass pro, range and foot speed. He needs to work on his bend and his leverage.
Yep.
But this is a nasty temperament dude.
Go Vols, baby.
I'm very happy for Darnell Wright, but what this means is Peter Skronski is now available for the Titans.
Yeah.
Coach Mack, this is a guy you could play at tackle, you could play at guard. He seems to be a day one starter. Can you pass him up?
Well, Broderick Jones is sitting there too. If
Broderick
you really want
Jones
to
is sitting there. But you said that Peter Skronski's the cleanest player in the draft.
I think so.
I feel the same way. Broderick Jones, I think, has the most upside. Again, I know there's a lot of PTSD with Georgia offensive linemen, so we'll leave that alone.
All right. Rhett Bryan, who you want?
I want the best guy we can get. Let's get Peter Skronski. How about this?
I
Let's
mean,
put the Titans, though, on the clock right now.
Tennessee Titans. 7-10 under head coach Mike Vrabel. Second place in the AFC South Division. Ran Carthon makes his official debut at general manager with this, his first draft in that role. Carthon has been busy with moves in free agency, including a long-term extension for defensive star Jeffrey Simmons. Offensive tackle, guard, and wide receiver are top needs now, but don't rule out anything as the Titans are shorter on draft capital. Tennessee has just 6 total picks in this draft. The Tennessee Titans.
The Titans have made a pick. They have not traded number 11, and we are waiting for it. They were hopeful of getting a piece that could be a long-time building block, somebody they could take in this spot and say, this is a guy we wouldn't be able to get in a normal year. And so is that one of the wide receivers? Is it a defensive back? Or do we go back to Skronski? They said the one thing they wouldn't do is they would not force the quarterback issue. They would not push forward and try to take a quarterback over what they had. They're looking to get a starter. That one guy seems pretty obvious on the surface.
Well, I mean, he's a really good football player. And the way this thing has been unfolding, guys, and you guys, what a great crowd. The way this thing has been unfolding is, with all of the trades, there are people falling in this draft that as you looked at your board 5 days ago, you would have said, no, they're not here. So they've got a number of choices. Whoever they choose here, guys, you don't want to choose 11th a lot. You really don't. You want to be in the bottom third. But this choice will be a good football player regardless of what position.
What a beautiful spot to be at, man. If you can go tackle, you can go wide receiver. I see Rashad Weaver and Chika Conco in here today, too. Rashad, please don't hurt the tackle if he's in, okay? Bring him in the right way. Either way.
There they are.
There you go. There you go, Chika Conco.
85 and 99 in the house.
Yeah. So I gotta watch Rashad if it's a tackle in this draft, okay? Make sure you don't abuse him too bad.
Yeah, 99's a dangerous man.
I just keep thinking you never thought Peter Skronski was going to be there at 11.
No way. No way.
You just didn't think so.
Hey, and Mike, this is a guy that we had at the top of our draft board in 2 different spots.
Well, wait a minute. I think we may have gotten a big hint. They just showed the Titans draft room, and Jason Hotailing, the new offensive line coach, is going crazy. That's something you only know if you listen to Titans radio. We know what the assistant coaches look like.
That's right.
Mike Keith, you've always got a great eye for what's happening.
But would you be opposed to a guard?
If he's a guard?
I mean, Sarnes is still out there.
Yeah, I think you could get him later.
Okay.
My feeling is if you can grab a starter right here, that is huge for where this football team is at this moment. And it frees you up to go do a lot of other things with the rest of your picks.
True.
So we wait. Will Levis is still on the board. Do the Titans go quarterback? You'd have your choice of wide receivers.
That's right.
But I just keep thinking, Coach Mack says cleanest player in the draft.
It seems like a no-brainer to me.
Okay. They're making us wait. That's just the way they are in Kansas City. All the offensive line problems a year ago, a lot of the protection problems.
Yep. Yeah, it just makes sense. It just makes sense.
But you can never have enough corners.
That's right.
Whoever they take here will be a good player.
Let's get crazy. Come on. Come on, let's get crazy here. This is Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft from 6th and Peabody. We got Titans cheerleaders. We got T-Rack. We got Coach Mack. mean, what else do you want?
You got Chigga Conquo.
You got
Rashad Weaver.
Let's get Chig and those guys up here.
Yeah. Man, this is a house.
I don't think any other team has made us wait this long, Mike Key.
What is this?
Here we go.
Here we go.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skronski, offensive tackle, Northwestern.
Peter Skronski, 6'13", arms 32 and a quarter, hands a massive 10 inches, wing almost 80 inches, 5'1" in the 40. Ramon Foster, 33 games played, 33 games started at left tackle for Northwestern.
First and foremost, I can't believe you got a guy like this. As you said earlier, that early run on other players, can't believe you got a guy like this, man. A big kid, a Big Ten kid, Northwestern kid. They're known for offensive linemen. They're known for that, man. Both defensive and offensive. Didn't have his true measurables, but I'm telling you this, plays primarily left tackle, can go inside, really good hips, really good hand, moves laterally really well too. He doesn't tip his stance in the run game or in the pass game. That's how technical he is with it, man. He came out as a junior All-American. I'm looking forward to seeing this kid be a day one starter and grind it out. He, to me, is one of those franchise-setting guys that you can say to yourself, we're good for a while.
No, absolutely, and I meant it when I said the cleanest player that I drafted as far as technique-wise, just beautiful. And not to brag, but I've got him number one on my sheet here.
Yeah, Coach
at tackle and guard.
That's right.
But let me tell you who it's good for. It's good for all of us.
Yeah.
And again, as I say, this is a big, big draft pick. When you're trying to rebuild a front in the National Football League, you've got to get franchise pieces. This is a franchise piece. This guy could not fit. He is a Titan.
Yeah.
He is a Titan with the way he approaches things. You guys will be proud to have him as your number one draft pick. This makes me very happy. I'm going home.
Well, let's talk about.
Wait a minute. We still have some more stuff to do.
Let's talk about this. He is Northwestern's first five-star recruit in program history and their first unanimous All-America selection in program history.
Listen to me. He is as good as anybody. His only con I have is his hands get wide. But you know what covers up for it? His feet, his technique. He's a guy, as you can tell, he's an NFL legacy. He knows how to play the game. He's been matured in this world. I love this pick for the Titans.
Brad Hopkins, 30 years ago, was selected from Illinois as the first-round pick. Here he is. He's going to come up and join us right now. Brad Hopkins, everybody! All right, you got to tell us real quickly. Just pulled you in. You're live on Titans Radio, so don't curse. Anyway, Skronski.
Yes, sir.
11th pick overall, Northwestern. I know his arms are shorter, but you got you a Big Ten lineman here. What do you think of this selection?
He's a technician. Ramon, he nailed him. He's got great space blocking awareness. He's got good hands. Despite the short arms, when he gets a grip on you, he's not letting go. So I think he's a great addition for us, and another Big Ten tackle. Taylor Lewan, Brad Hopkins, now Peter Skronski. I know there was Michael Roos in between, but you can't go wrong when you go to the Big Ten for a tackle.
So says the best one. Thank you very much. Brad Hopkins, thanks for joining us. Need a break, or we can keep rolling as we talk about what's going on in the NFL draft, and we look at the Detroit Lions making the selection at number 12. As they have made a pick, they have taken Jahmyr Gibbs at number 12. Jahmyr Gibbs from Dalton, GA, goes to Georgia Tech and was really not recruited that much. Georgia Tech did very little with him. Came out in the portal last year and was a wildly recruited player. Chose Alabama and then just had a phenomenal year running the football and also making 44 catches. Jahmyr Gibbs is a really good-looking player to add to that offense, Ramon.
He is, man. 4.3 speed. He's fast and smooth. Reminds me of Alvin Kamara, okay? I take him based off of that. That guy's a playmaker. Him going to Detroit, that opens up their offense. That helps Jared Goff a little bit more, man. Breakaway speed, good hands. And again, watching him playing against the Vols this year, you can tell he was that good. I like him. Going from Georgia Tech to Alabama and still compete, that's hats off to a guy like him. Glad he's picked it this early.
Here's my draft notebook from the film. We'll look. Georgia Tech transfer. We've said that. Excellent receiving skills. Great vision. He's got excellent lateral quicks. Elite. He's got an elite burst and acceleration. He's a slasher as a runner. He can run all the routes. He can create separation. He's explosive. He's explosive. Again, I'll say this about every back in this draft when it gets down to their minuses, got to work on his pass protection. But this guy can take it to the house. This guy can also be in there. He's a 3-down back. We've got 2 3-down backs that's been taken in the first round.
In the top 15 picks. I mean, here's the thing, Mike. The Detroit Lions, they've been looking for a back since Barry Sanders hung up the cleats, really and truly. They have. They've taken many passes at this. I think they have a very versatile, complete back to help them in this offense.
And they have another pick 6 away. They will pick at 18.
And 34 tomorrow night.
And 34 tomorrow night. That's exactly right. So Detroit will pick again at 18. But right now, on the clock, it is the Green Bay Packers who are now Aaron Rodgers-less.
Green Bay Packers. 8-9 under head coach Matt LaFleur, and 3rd place in the NFC North, and missing the playoffs for the first time since 2017. Even with Aaron Rodgers gone to New York, the Pack still has other needs that include wide receiver. Allen Lazard left in free agency ahead of Rodgers. A tight end is also on the shopping list, and a safety for defense should be included. Green Bay has 11 picks currently and multiple selections in rounds 2, 5, and 7. The Green Bay Packers.
A lot of talk they might go tight end here with Michael Mayer from Notre Dame.
And you know what? That's a Green Bay type of pick. He's the top guy in our draft board of the tight end prospects. And you're talking about a guy that's the most decorated tight end in Notre Dame history. He broke all the records.
That's saying a lot for a university like that.
Well, they put out a few.
They have put out a few, but his skill set is like nobody else is in this draft, man, at that position. This also, Mike, Titans Radio, this is a deep class at tight end, too.
Right.
So getting him being number 1 says a lot about the depth in this group. He is far and above, I won't say he's far and above a lot of these guys, but he's really good. Day 1 starter type.
Yeah, he is. And Rhett and I, when we put together our top 100 just recently, this guy's in it. And he's the top tight end. Here's what I've got when you look at him. And he's got elite physical qualities. So if they want a tight end to start immediately, especially if they run a lot of 2 tight end sets, they want someone to start immediately, this guy can do it all.
And it's kind of ironic if they were to go and pick one of the wide receivers here, which would, of course, infuriate Aaron Rodgers because he would claim they never did it for him.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
They probably could care less what Aaron Rodgers
well,
thinks.
clearly
right
they
now.
traded
The
him.
last
They're
one they
taking a
took-
$40 million hit on him this year.
The last one they took in the first round, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't that Javon Walker from Florida State 20 years ago?
Probably right.
I think so.
That's probably right. Green Bay getting ready for the Jordan Love era. This was the pick that they obtained from the Jets. They flip-flopped. Green Bay was originally 15th and the Jets 13th. And in the Aaron Rodgers trade, they flip-flop in the first round and make the deal. So very exciting stuff if you're a Green Bay Packer fan to see what's around the corner. And obviously the Jets fans are very excited that the trade was finally consummated.
Can I say something, Mike, that
Of
has
course
anything to
you
do with
can.
the draft?
Sure.
I was walking around. Of course, I love getting to know all the people. Somebody came up to me and said, Coach Mack, we were with you at the Pancake Restaurant in Green Bay. There was a whole table of them that they were there when we took all the flight attendants. And I liked my last trip to Green Bay.
That was good.
Yes, it was.
That was a good trip. We had no idea when we left there that it would end up going wrong because winning that game felt so fantastic.
It felt great. And I've forgotten what happened after that.
Well, that's good. I think that's really smart.
What a special place to play at, though.
It's
visit.
It's a special place to broadcast. I'm sure it's a special place to coach.
Yeah.
It's a cathedral to football. When I was coaching with the Bears and they went up there, that rivalry is the oldest in the National Football League. It is a special place.
It's Michigan, Ohio State.
At least.
Here's the commissioner with the Packers
All
pick.
right.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness, defensive end, Iowa.
Lucas Van Ness, 6'5", 272, arms 34, hands 11 inches, wing almost 82, ran a 4.58 in the 40, his first 10, 1.57, a 31-inch vertical leap, short shuttle of 4.32, three-cone of 7.02. Coach Dave McGinnis, this is a prospect that really gained traction in the combine, and the crazy thing, he never started a game at Iowa.
Yeah, we've got him in our first pod, Rhett, and the reason he didn't start because they defer to their seniors.
Kirk Ferentz runs it that way.
Upperclassmen
Right.
there, Kirk Ferentz does.
Right.
But when you watch this guy play, he can play inside and outside. He will be a very movable piece. He's got long levers, and he's a speed to power guy. He's a speed to power guy. He's not Gumby off the edge, but interiorly. And Ramon will speak to this. He can make it hard on guards.
Yes.
The former hockey player. He's got a lot of athletic skills that don't normally come into the National Football League. Nice player. We got him in our first pod.
The beautiful thing about Lucas Van Ness is he's so impressionable. He's a red shirt sophomore. Okay, that says a lot about how you can mold this guy up. And I've had it in my notes, man. Didn't actually start a game, but has a high ceiling. His young play shows in his pursuit sometimes how he goes about playing the game. He needs a little bit of control. He plays with chaos, man. He has a knack for blocking punts. That's especially for a guy that needs to play special teams. And I can see him having a long career. Durable, impressionable player is the way I view this young guy.
Not even 22 years old, will not be 22 until July the 6th. And I go back to the hockey thing.
Yeah.
Anybody who's a hockey player and can skate that way and also has to play with the kind of physicality you do and then, can run 4.58, oh my goodness. Steelers have dealt up to pick number 14, and so the Steelers take New England's spot, and they are on the clock.
Pittsburgh Steelers. 9-8 under head coach Mike Tomlin, and third place in the AFC North Division. Pittsburgh signed Patrick Peterson this offseason, but that still means another cornerback could be high on their list of needs. An offensive tackle and another wide receiver could also be in play. The Steelers have multiple picks in rounds 2 and 7 and hold 7 total picks this weekend. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Steelers actually have the first pick tomorrow night as it stands right now. So we will see if they gave that up in this package. But, the leverage of having that spot, and that's something Bill Belichick probably asked for in order to make the deal because, you'd like to control the start of the board in round 2.
And that's so big. It used to be when we had rounds 1, 2, and 3 in the first day of the draft. Round 4 was your board reset. Now your board reset comes after this first round.
And Ramon Foster, you played on that line for 11 years. Mm-hmm. Do they take someone to help protect Kenny Pickett in this thing?
You know what? They did a lot of stuff when it came down to their offensive line this offseason. They could make a change at left tackle. But I see this group, considering Christian Gonzalez is kind of falling a little bit, I personally see them moving up for a cornerback. I see that side or another D tackle. Breezy from Clemson could be an option for them. Those are their concentration points to me. They have a young OL already, but of course you can never have enough big bodies, right?
That's right.
Yeah, to me, when you look at this, the spot that they're in, what they've left themselves open for, I'm glad you brought up the cornerback part of it because they could use one.
They certainly could. The pick is in. The Steelers scheduled to go at 17, now up to 14. They had to give up a 4th-round pick for that, number 120. So that's a bargain to go get a guy that you obviously want, and they rushed the card up there very quickly for obvious reasons.
You see how the draft works, though. Like, sometimes you just got to sit back and watch it. Those runs of players that happen, Houston getting 2 back-to-back picks right there probably threw everybody's board off just a little bit, and now you get a value at moving up 3 spots to 14 and not having to give up a whole lot of capital.
Hey, want to mention, too, to all our Titans season ticket members listening, right now, Miles Auto Spa has 50% off Miles gift cards. They don't run out, and you can use them at all Miles locations. Plus, you can use them for other services, even the detailing packages. I just had my truck detailed at Miles. It was fantastic. The offer is good through May the 1st. Again, Miles Auto Spa offering 50% off Miles gift cards to Titans season ticket members. Miles, a great partner of your friends with the Tennessee Titans.
So, Mike, with this trade, they send 17 and pick number 120, the Steelers do, to New England to move up to this spot at number 14.
How many trades is this, Mike?
4.
This is fourth one, yeah.
Wow. 4 in the first 14 picks.
Wow.
We were looking for excitement. We got it tonight. The NFL never stops.
So we said this was going to be some action tonight when we started all of this, you know, with the hour pregame that we did here, that there was going to be some action, and we weren't wrong.
No, not at all.
Here's the commish.
The New England Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia.
Broderick Jones, 6'5", 311 pounds, 34 3/4-inch arms, hands 10 5/8, wing 82 3/4, a 4.97 in the 40 at that size, 30-inch vertical, and a 9-foot broad jump. Broderick Jones, Ramon Foster, 30-plus straight starts and 2 national championships. He is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
To play at Georgia on 2 national championship team back-to-back says a lot about him. I've said this about him. He's a young guy that has a whole lot of potential. The thing you worry about with him is, you say, can he become a pro and grow up a whole lot quicker? He's a 5-star out of high school also. He played in the SEC. He's quick, good power, and good explosiveness. Just very unpolished at times. His athleticism allows him to let defenders into his body, and that shouldn't be the case. He's got to grow up there. He'll have to learn quick at the next level. He has the ability to set and wait because he's so quick. His hands do get wide, but that's all coachable stuff. I look at him and say he can either be a very solid left tackle, or if you needed to move him to guard, he's good enough to be an all-pro type of guy because of his ability to play with tenacity.
All right, Ramon, here's what I wrote. Grade my report here. Good movement skills, lateral agility good, decent short and vertical sets, strong hands, good reach, okay? Needs to work on shooting his hands higher, carries them too low. Arm length is adequate. He's a bully as an offensive tackle.
Yes.
He's a physical guy. And 2022 was his first season as a starting left tackle.
Did you just start watching offensive linemen or something? Because
yeah,
I can't tell.
that was real good right there, Coach.
This is my first.
That 4 of them off the board in the first 14 picks, which is what you felt like would happen, Coach Mack.
Which exactly where we've got him. I've been showing Ramon our thing here. Look how they've come off, Mike.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 over here, Rhett.
Hey, we did pretty good work together, didn't we?
Thank you.
A little bit.
Good.
14 picks in the books. The Titans have taken one of the 4 offensive linemen, Peter Skronski, offensive lineman out of Northwestern. He went number 11 to Tennessee. The latest pick, Pittsburgh trades up for Broderick Jones, offensive lineman out of Georgia. The Jets are on the clock. What piece are they going to go after to try and help Aaron Rodgers? It's next on Titans Radio.
When your team is on the clock, we bring it to you. More of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans is on the way. This is Titans Radio.
Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. See how much you can save on your health coverage with Farm Bureau Health Plans. Get a quote today at fbhp.com. This next team, they've got Aaron Rodgers in a trade. Who else will they take at pick number 15? The New York Jets are on the clock.
New York Jets. 7-10 under second-year head coach Robert Saleh. Last place in the AFC East Division. Aaron Rodgers is now the quarterback, and the offensive line needs shoring up at guard and tackle to protect him. Another tight end could be in order and a possible defensive line pick with the departure of Sheldon Rankins. The Jets currently have 5 total picks in this draft. The New York Jets.
Ramon, okay, so they made the trade finalized this week. And Aaron Rodgers does head to the New York Jets, who, by the way, you know, Robert Saleh is a great young coach in this, good defensive mind. And have they done really well in the draft or what? I mean, Sauce Gardner was an amazing defensive rookie of the year. And then they take, you know, one of the Ohio State receivers and Garrett Wilson there, who had a fantastic season, over 1,000 yards receiving. So as it mentions in the team highlights there and the team needs, you know, offensive line would probably be a place that would help their mega investment in Aaron Rodgers. But this is a young team that could really make a push forward if Rodgers has, you know, stuff left in the tank.
You talk about the youth movement on the Jets right now. Sauce Gardner on the defensive side of the ball, really good. Let's not forget their defensive lineman that they have on the other side who's waiting to pay a payday also. Garrett Wilson being very solid. Brees being one of those guys up that can run all around this
Brees
NFL.
Hall,
Brees Hall being one of those guys. Aaron Rodgers probably looking for another wide receiver, if I'm not mistaken, just because he's never had that. And right now he has a whole lot of power when it comes down to him being able to orchestrate a team the way they want to. With all that's going on with the Jets, they are almost in win-now mode too. Aaron Rodgers' contract is kind of extended out. I think they said his salary next year is like $104 million, or his cap number is.
Which tells you that they have the understanding that it's a 2-year deal with him. Because, boy, that's a large pill to swallow if that isn't the other way around.
But you look at the moves they made. I mean, Corey Davis is still there. He ended up getting one of his buddies, Alan Lazard.
That's right.
McCole Hartman is still there. Garrett Wilson, they have placed. C.J. Uzomah from the Cincinnati Bengals last year. They have made some moves. They have a very solid offensive line right now also. It's either protection or it's either get Aaron Rodgers as many weapons as he possibly can to be successful in that New York marketplace.
And, Coach Mack, let's talk about who's left if we're talking about protection of the investment of Aaron Rodgers that they just finished the trade for. And left on our board and the offensive tackle part of it is Anton Harrison from Oklahoma, Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse, or you could take the other 1A top guard in this thing in Osiris Torrance from Florida if you're going that route.
You've hit it, and there's another guy that may come into play just because you don't have these types of humans walking around is Dawan Jones from Ohio State.
My Lord, what a human being.
Yeah, so anyway, you've hit the guys. Anton Harrison is next on our list. Bergeron from Syracuse, very athletic tackle, I think, right, Ramon?
Yep, absolutely.
And then Osiris Torrance is a mauler at guard.
And this is the thing, too. They have some guys already. Elijah Vera Tucker, still solid. Laken Tomlinson, good. They have a good center, and Connor McGovern, also a guard combo. They have guys. They have a veteran, Dwayne Brown. Like, there's a lot of good there. It's a matter of who's been orchestrating the offense behind center.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's why they just went and, as Mike Keith said, made a huge move.
And the one thing we haven't talked about is, you know, Robert Saleh is a defensive mind and a good young mind in that. Maybe he's looking to add to this already talented New York Jets defense, as we are very close to hearing what Commissioner Roger Goodell has to say in what the 15th overall pick is for the New York Jets, Gang Green.
And I'd say this, having Jeffrey Simmons deal get done before Quentin Williams.
Yeah.
they gotta make that happen this offseason too.
How about Sauce and Christian Gonzalez together?
Jeez.
Oh, my.
They talking about getting the ball back to Aaron Rodgers.
Here is the pick as someone is approaching the podium. Commissioner Roger Goodell and a young fellow there.
He's wearing a green tie, and he wants people to cheer for him.
He is a stark raving member of Gang Green.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. With World Wish Day only a couple days away, I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame bone cancer. Kyle's wish is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle. Go for it, buddy.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight.
Attaboy. Let's get it.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State.
Will McDonald IV, Iowa State. He is 6'3 and a half, 239, arms 34 7/8, hands 9 and a half, wing 82 and a quarter, a 36-inch vertical leap, an 11-foot broad jump. One of our favorite players in this draft, Coach Dave McGinnis, and he is a guy that has 34 career sacks, one better than Von Miller's record for sacks in the Big 12.
Yeah, and that's saying quite a bit. Again, he's in our first pod, Rhett, and what we liked about him was his athleticism and his bend off the edge. He has got the ability now to hit the edge into what we call a motorcycle lean, where he can get that inside knee to the ground, but flatten that inside foot back to the quarterback. A lot of times what happens if you've got edge rushers and they don't have that lean, they'll get run past the cylinder, past the pocket. This guy is a really, really good athlete. He's a good foot athlete, but he's got length. They are going to be able to use him in a lot of ways. As much sub-package as you play now in the National Football League, you can never have too many edge rushers. Good player.
We pause 10 seconds for station identification. The 2023 NFL Draft happens here. This is Titans Radio. Will McDonald IV out of Iowa State, edge rusher, has gone to the New York Jets at number 15. We're glad to have you with us at 6th and Peabody in downtown Nashville. Very exciting night as the Titans have selected Peter Skronski. The press conference is going on right now at Ascension St. Thomas Sports Park with Rand Carthon, but for some reason we are not getting audio transmission right now. We hope to carry that for you momentarily. Skronski, an offensive lineman, that's how he's being listed. He can play tackle, he could be a guard, we'll see. But he figures to have an excellent chance to be a starter for the Titans this year. Washington is on the clock right now, and the Commanders may have a new owner very soon. Will have a new owner very soon, but they're going to have a new player momentarily.
Washington Commanders, 8-1 under head coach Ron Rivera. Last place in the NFC East. Jacoby Brissett comes in as a veteran quarterback, but a QB of the future could be one of the top items from the Commanders, despite having Sam Howell on the roster. Help on the offensive line and a cornerback are also places they could turn to with their first few picks. Washington has multiple selections in round 6 and 8 picks total in this year's draft. The Washington Commanders.
Riverboat Ron. What does he want here from what is left, Dave McGinnis?
Well, you know, I coached Ron for 7 years. He cut his teeth as a defensive coach. You know, in the National Football League, we played them there this year, Mike. They've got a good defense. I keep pushing Christian Gonzalez because sooner or later somebody's going to take the second best corner on the board.
Bunch of edge guys out there too.
Sure there are.
Yes, it is. I'd love to think quarterback, but I don't think they're in a race right now to get that type of guy. And again, as you said a second ago, Mike Keith, they're in a position of having new ownership. I would guarantee you they want their fingerprint on what that is as far as quarterback moving forward. Sam Howell is there. Jake Fromm from Georgia is there also.
And Jacoby Brissett, too.
And Jacoby Brissett, too. They have some good talent defensively and offensively. It's a matter of stability for the Washington Commanders when it comes down to their roster management. Mike
Keith talked about the edges that are there. Miles Murphy from Clemson still there. Nolan Smith, special athlete from Georgia, is still there. B.J. Ojulari from LSU is still out there on the board. And then just going basically barely into our second pod, which can always bleed into your first pod the way you stack your board, it's Felix Anadike Uzoma from Kansas State.
And he is a great young man and a really solid player in this. And it's interesting you bring that up, too, because reports out of Washington this week, they will not exercise the fifth-year option on Chase Young.
Well, that's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
Are you looking to cover your situation there where they would certainly happily bring Chase Young back, but he's got to stay on the field.
Correct.
And,
and when he does,
well, it's not his fault.
Yep.
Right. Because he's played well when he's been able to play, but if he's not able to play, that's the same as not playing well.
Yeah, well, if he can't play, then you and I are as valuable to him as he is.
Right.
So, and we can't play.
Right.
Because that's just the way it works in this league. Availability. How many games did you miss in your career?
Not many. I think I'm under 12 games missed, Coach.
And how many years?
That's 11 years.
Okay. That's my point.
Well, yeah. That's one of the reasons you became a starter and stayed on the roster.
It is, because despite any ability, the best ability is availability, okay? And to your point, it's not his fault, Chase Young's fault. Injuries happen in this league. It's a matter of how quick you can bounce back and how efficient are you after those injuries as far as you staying around. And it's terrible for him because this happened on the hinges of, him being in his option year. That's what sucks about this for a young guy like him. I'll say this. If he does go out and have a monstrous year, if he hit that free agent market, he's going to be a heck of a talent for a team looking for a rush.
Well, and Washington would live with that. They would say, hey, great, you gave us a great year this year. You may cost us more down the line to keep you, or we might not even be able to keep you, but, we had to see it.
If he has a great year, they can always franchise him.
Sure.
Absolutely.
That's there, too.
Mm-hmm. And you got to think about this, too. They have Deron Payne, Montez Sweat on that roster also. Like, they have some dudes.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, defensive back, Mississippi State.
Emmanuel Forbes, 6'1", 166 pounds, 32.25-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, 79-inch wing, 4.35 in the 40, 37.5-inch vert, almost an 11-foot broad jump. Coach Mack, one of our favorite cornerbacks, a sticky guy who is around the ball and makes things happen.
Now, look, our Titans fans will know this, and Rhett, you and I, in all of our evaluations, the first thing we said when we started watching tape on this guy, and our fans can relate to this, Samari Roll. This is a Samari Roll type of a player. He's got a slender frame, but he will come up and attack. And the other thing about him is, Rhett said sticky, and that means there's not a lot of separation regardless of the route tree that is run on him. This guy is a really, really pure corner. And we've got him again in our first pod.
And if I'm not mistaken, 14 interceptions, 6 returned for touchdowns?
That's correct. He had 3 in his freshman and junior years.
That's like Rod Woodson.
And listen to this right here. He had 5 interceptions his freshman year, 3 more as a sophomore, added 6 his junior. The things that stands out with him is the interceptions and what he does with them. 6 returned for touchdowns. He's his size, angular, tall, skinny. This guy says he's my number 1 ball hawk coming into this draft. You know who wrote this?
No.
Samari Roll.
Samari Roll.
That is outstanding.
Well, we have now the press conference, Rand Carthon talking about Peter Skronski, the newest Titan, drafted at number 11, offensive lineman, Northwestern. Let's let you hear that on Titans Radio.
Really just going to play him at offensive line to start and see where we go and see where we feel like he can best help the football team, where he can best help himself. We haven't targeted him anywhere. Really, when we've set out to talk about this offseason, we've wanted to identify speed,
violence and versatility, and he checks those boxes. And we'll kind of let that materialize as we work through the offseason and at training camp. And, that's when the offensive line is going to come together. We've talked about that as in training camp.
You figure, Mike, in the end, between Dillard and Skronski, one's at left tackle, one's at left guard?
Well, we hope that they both are going to be able to contribute. I mean, obviously, that's why we made the acquisition we did in the offseason, and that's why we made the pick that we made tonight. We've played against teams that have really good lines of scrimmage, and I'm glad that Rand feels the same way that we do. Is that line of scrimmage is critical in this league, and you see what some of those guys have to block across from them, and Peter and hopefully the rest of these guys as they come in here and develop and gel are going to be able to do that for us.
Brand, you mentioned value at different positions and how later you could get guys who have similar value. If you taking Skronski at 11, what is it that you feel separates him from the other tackles or guards in the draft?
Well, I think the thing about Peter and what Mike was saying is his versatility, and when he grabs people, for the most part, they stop, when he gets his hands on guys. So, whatever his length is his length, but he played at a high productive level using that same length to stop people. And again, it's another way for us to add not only a good football player, but a good person. He's a consummate pro, even in college, the way he carried himself. And, that was he just made it a comfortable and easy pick for us to pull off the board.
When you mentioned the length, are you referring to the arm length?
Yeah, because that was the pre-draft notion from, everybody. Can he play tackle? And it wasn't because he wasn't successful playing tackle in college. It was because of the quote-unquote desired arm length. So we know at the end of the day we got a good football player that is going to be productive wherever he plays. Nothing. Communicating with my partner. We talked throughout. We were doing a countdown. Hey, we're 3 out. We're 2 out. We're 1 out. Here's this scenario. Here's that scenario. It helped having his leadership and his veteran knowledge of how to make it easy. And like we talked about the other day, us being, locked in that room together, going through that board, working through discrepancies that we may have had, whether it was our scouts, whether it was our coaches, or whether it was ourselves, put everything into vision for us. So when that pick came, we knew immediately. We didn't have to have much conversation, just a quick, hey, we're good, and we were good. And so it made it easy. Everybody's been asking me how I feel, am I excited and all those things. I've been telling everybody the same thing. I think about, you score your first touchdown and you dance and you celebrate, and most coaches will pull you to the side and say, act like you've been there before. So I approach today as if I've been there before.
I told Rand you never forget your first, though. So we laughed about that. And just to echo that, it was easy. There was a comfort to it, having worked through those scenarios up and down. And so, like he said, it kind of happened, and here we were. And I was hoping it kind of came to us, and it was easy. So that was probably the best part of this entire process, is having spent those last couple hours yesterday, just him and I, putting everybody's thoughts together and everybody's vision together for these players.
How has Peter worked through the short arms and overcome that? What's a guy with shorter arms do?
Great footwork. He's square, plays square. He's strong. You can watch some of these clips, and these are 280-pound guys, 270-pound guys rushing on the edge or blocking down on a 3 technique, and he gets his hands on you. They for the most part, they don't go very far, and I think he uses his mind. I mean, he's intelligent. There's a lot of things you can do to make up for, not having 35-inch arms, which, very few tackles have. And so it's angles, it's strength, it's body control, it's playing square, and being able to move his feet.
Rand, you talked the other day about the value of getting face-to-face time with these prospects. What did you learn about Peter when you got with him in the pre-draft, and just kind of how did that inform the pick?
So we met with Peter at the Combine, felt really good about him. And then our O-line coach, Haas, went to the pro day and spent time with him. Again, the player and the person, checked all the boxes for us. So we felt like who he was and what he brings here was easy.
If he ends up playing inside a guard, how good is he at getting to the second level and unblocking like you guys, like your guards do?
Good. I mean, when any offensive lineman for us is uncovered, there's times where, they're going to have to play in space, whether that's at the second level or that's pulling, and those, what we would call movement blocks. And, I mean, there's very, very proficient. It's not like he hangs his hat on one thing. This isn't just a player that's just a one-trick player. He's a complete offensive lineman coming out of college, and there'll be a lot of things that he's going to have to learn and that we're going to have to help him learn and continue to develop him and maybe some of the tricks of the trade. But I don't think that there's any concern with Peter's ability to move and block in space or on the edge.
Check your box, Rand, about being a blue player that you plug and play right away?
Yes, he is that, and hence why he goes at 11.
You mentioned being nosy and checking things out with the calls and so forth. With the proximity you guys had to the top of the draft this year and the quarterbacks that were up there, was there much of a temptation in your mind to kind of take?
I mean, again, it goes to what we were talking about earlier this week, trusting the board. And that's exactly what we did. He was a player that, like I said, we coveted and we didn't think would be there. And so when he was there and where we had him slotted, it was an easy pull because we trusted not only our communication, but we trusted our board.
Mike, when you look at what came into the division in front of you, particularly two young quarterbacks, are you thinking defensively about stopping those guys? Or are you thinking offensively about matching what those guys might be?
Yeah, you don't think we thought that way. I think we obviously want to improve our football team. And, we're not setting out to, obviously we have a goal every year. We want to win the division and host home playoff games and win championships. But I don't think that ever crossed our mind is that, hey, we have to go get somebody to stop whatever rookie quarterback. We're trying to build a team, a complete team. We have a lot of work to do. We're just getting started, but I think it's a great start. There's a lot of players in this draft I like, and there's a lot of players that Rand likes and that we both like. I think we're going to continue to try to find players at all levels, quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, defensive linemen. So we ended up where we were. We stuck, and we knew this was a player that when we said if we were going to stay there and pick, Peter Skronski is going to be one of those players.
You guys have both talked about speed, offensive line speed, probably not the first place you think of. Is that remain obviously a big deal going into tomorrow now?
Yeah, but we've talked about we've talked to our players already, the ones that we have on the roster, about the ability to play fast and the ability to be and get timed fast. So we're going to find a way to get him to play faster, and then we're going to target some players that have speed, but at his position, this is a fast player, plays fast, isn't unsure of what he's supposed to do when he goes and hits somebody and blocks a guy and keeps him away from the quarterback. Well, I think Rand caught him at the pizzeria. They were probably had some pictures, and he congratulated him. Obviously, I thanked him, for the way that he played. I told him that the reason that he was in this position was for those people around him, and that he should be gracious and he should always, remember to put the team first and come in here and be ready to get to work.
I've got him jumping on the Zoom call.
Mike Vrabel and Rand Carthon talking about Peter Skronski, taken by the Titans tonight at number 11, offensive lineman from Northwestern. Since we have been away, New England has selected Oregon cornerback Christian Gonzalez at 17. And in a bit of a surprise, at number 18, Detroit takes Jack Campbell, linebacker from Iowa. Much higher than what people thought that he would go. Tampa Bay is on the clock. What are the Bucs going to do? We will find out at number 19. Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Get a quote at FBHP.com.
The way teams are built every year happens here. Find out who the Titans could add when Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft continues in minutes. This is Titans Radio.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kalijah Kancey, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
Kalijah Kancey, 6'1", 281, arms 30 and 5/8, 9 and 1/8 inch hands, wing 72, but ran a 4.67 40 at 281 pounds. His first 10, 1.58. 33.5 inch vert, had a 7-second 3-cone drill. Coach Dave McGinnis, we thought this guy was going to get drafted on night one, and he does.
Yes, and he did. And look, I was on a staff that vetted and drafted Aaron Donald from Pittsburgh. Shorter offensive lineman. This guy's 6'1". Aaron Donald is just a tad maybe over that, but he was compared his whole career to Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald set a high bar there.
Yeah.
This guy has got incredibly quick twitch fibers. He's a 3 technique, which means you put him on the outside edge of a guard and you let him go. You let him go. He can flatten out. He's a very, very high energy player. He's not as strong as Aaron Donald, but not very many humans are. So this guy here, they've got a plan. Clearly, they run a 4-3 defense down there some, and then they'll do some odd fronts. But he will be a 3 technique. He will be on the edge as a free technique there. And when you look at it, 4.67 for how he can run things down. His interior is important.
And Mac, he told me at the combine. We interviewed him at the combine.
Yes.
And he was walking to the back. He goes, "Hey, wait till you see that 40 time in those drills tomorrow." He was very confident in it. And sure enough, he ran 1/100th of a second faster than Aaron Donald. He ran the fastest 40 for a 280-plus pound defensive player in 20 years.
Well, and I'm sure he let Aaron know about it, and I'm sure Aaron is proud for him because Aaron Donald is a Pitt Panther through and through, and they're a pretty tight group. So good for him. Good for him. Nice, solid player with some unusual ability on the inside.
And no doubt about it. The beauty about this, too, is Pitt Panthers, they have a university that slides players into the NFL. You say, where did this guy come from? Almost all the accolades that Aaron Donald had, Kalijah Kancey did also. That's the beautiful part about it. He is not AD. Nobody's Aaron Donald, okay? But again, 7 sacks last year, 7.5 this year. Super explosive off the ball. He's going to be one of those guys you look on for him and say, how did he get in the backfield? That's what he specializes in, is hitting the gap and creating bad matchups for offensive guards.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, 4, 6, 7 in the 40 catches your attention, but let's repeat. In that 4, 6, 7, 40, he had a 1, 5, 8, 10-yard split.
Well, and there it is.
Okay, let me keep going.
Now, go ahead.
4, 3, 6 in the short shuttle and a 7 flat 3 cone. He's going to run those distances a lot more. He's going to run 40 yards. Yeah. I mean, that's fast stuff right there.
Well, that's fast twitch, and he will never run another 40 in his life. He will never run another 40 in his life, but those drills that you just talked about, Mike, that's the change of direction. That's a short area quickness. Everything that happens in that cylinder where Ramon played for defensive guys is short burst, short, quick, violent burst, and being able to flatten. He can do all that.
A guy like him has to be aware of not going in the phone booth with guards. If they get their hands on him, and he, as we said earlier, he's not as strong we think as Aaron Donald, it could be a problem for him.
Well, I mean, a 73-inch wingspan.
Right. Yeah.
Is really nothing in the NFL. I mean, it's not good.
So that's what I mean. He better be crafting his quick step in, out if he has to, cutting under guys. And I would tell him this, to get a long arm stab. You know how you extend your arms with somebody that's got short arms? Use one and turn your body against theirs. He needs to develop that type of that type of skill set when it comes down to him being productive in this league.
You know who else? I'm sorry, Mike. Who else has to happen? His coaching staff.
Yep.
They can't put him in those two gap positions.
Mike, he's the first defensive tackle with a sub 74-inch wingspan to be drafted over the last 10 years. To your point.
Yeah, that's a big deal. All right, let's listen to Peter Skronski, the Titans' first-round pick at number 11, offensive lineman from Northwestern. His meeting with the media. Let's take a listen to that.
At both. I think early on in my career in college, I was definitely more of a pass protector, but really worked hard, in recent years to get better at run blocking too. So I think I can do both well. Obviously, O-lineman, we love to run the ball. So run blocking is a ton of fun, but love the pass block too. So I don't know if I really have something I prefer when I'm more proficient at. Obviously, just try to perfect either both sides of the game.
From that perspective, Peter, as you've looked at like the Titans previously,
I don't want to say that they didn't do a good job and then get everybody.
Oh my God, that's Stillman. That's Stillman. Mute yourself, Stillman. Sorry, Peter. Just coming to the Titans, knowing their history recently of running the ball, I guess I guess would this have been a preferred destination from that perspective?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I'm an O-lineman. I love to run the ball, and the Titans are obviously huge on that. So was really, really happy with that. So that was definitely a big thing that I thought, man, Titans would be awesome just for that aspect alone.
Peter, your conversations with Rand Carthon, with Mike Vrabel, with Coach Haas, how much did your versatility come into play as far as talking to them and saying that was something that they liked about you?
Yeah, I think any O-line coach or coach is going to like that. Obviously, you never know what's going to happen in O-line, so we want guys who can play multiple positions, which I think I can do. And I think, obviously, Coach Haas and Coach Vrabel really valued that. So I think that was an asset for me in this process.
Coach Vrabel, one of the words Coach Vrabel used to describe you was violent. Peter, is that a good thing in the world of the offensive lineman?
I think so, yeah. It's the trenches, man. You got to be violent.
Peter, how'd you settle on a pizzeria? What's the significance of the party where you're at tonight?
Yeah, we've come here my whole life. My dad's an investor here. My baptism reception was held here. So it's about as old as I am. So felt like, best place to have this major events. And pretty private too. So definitely a top spot to come.
How much, who you kind of modeled your game after? I've heard you talk about Slater and what he meant to you, but how much he meant to you, and who else you kind of think you're similar to, perhaps?
Yeah, there's tons of guys that I watched growing up and continue to watch. Rashawn Slater, obviously being number one, having been my teammate Growing up, I love watching Quentin Nelson, Joe Thomas. Haven't been a Packers fan growing up, but Dave Bakhtiari. I don't know if I necessarily am just like them in that sense, but I think it's someone, guys I look towards and, trying to take stuff from their game and try to emulate that. But those are definitely some names that I really like to watch.
What are the biggest differences for you between playing guard and playing tackle?
I'll be completely honest. I don't have a ton of experience at guard, especially at the college level. I know that things happen a lot faster, especially, in pass rush for sure. So it's definitely it'll be a timing thing for sure. I think that will challenge me. Sorry, can you guys hear me still?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I think, obviously not a ton of experience, but, ready to learn anywhere and just adapt to whatever position I'm at. But I guess I'll learn that as I go in the process.
Peter Skronski, the newest Tennessee Titan, talking with the media there. He has been trained to do this. His granddad played in the offensive line for Vince Lombardi on 5 NFL championship teams. His dad was an all-Ivy League player. So he has grown up in a family where, quite frankly, Dave McGinnis, this was the family business.
This is a family business, but you can just tell just within that short, brief sketch that we got to hear him. He's really smart. He's really an intelligent dude, and you can see that on tape, Ramon, when you watch him play. But the other thing is, they talk about violence, and you're talking about controlled violence in there. But this is a tough dude, and to me, he's a Titan. And it just makes me so happy that he was there. I had no idea that he would be there. I really did.
Well, Northwestern only admits 12% of its applicants on average. I would think for an athlete, it's probably a little bit better, but it's still not easy to get in. And it's not easy to stay in.
Well, and it's not easy to perform in the Big Ten as consistently as he did.
Absolutely. Pick number 20, Seattle. We're going to get it.
Got it. The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Bethany Uribe. Go ahead, Bethany.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Jackson Smith and Njigba, 6'1.5", 196, arms 30.5, hands 9, wings 75.5, 35-inch vertical leap, broad jump 10.5, a 3-cone of 6.57, a short shuttle of 3.93. Coach Dave McGinnis, that shows that short area movement in crisp route running, this is being the first receiver taken off the board. He's a really good route runner.
We had him as our number 1 receiver, Rhett. You look at our board. Look, this is a slot player. This is a slot player just for the reasons that you talked about. You've got to be able to separate in a short area, and you've got to be able to put defenders in that slot area on your hip very, very quickly. He's got great pace in his routes. And what I mean by that is he doesn't hurry through his routes. He knows how to set up defenders. And the other thing that is really strong about him, he's a good combat catcher because you're going to have some combat catches within there. We had him at the top of our board for a reason. This, to me, was one of the more complete receivers that's got some size and can also be able to do some things for you all 3 downs.
No doubt about it, man. He also comes from an athletic family also. His brother is also in MLB with the Pittsburgh Pirates, man. This team fits him and his mold about where he's from, how he plays the game, and what they do in Seattle with this offense. Sure hands, silky smooth, not overly fast, but he moves the chains.
Last year, 6 wide receivers were taken in the top 20. Now at number 20 in the 2023 draft, the first one, Jackson Smith Njigba from Ohio State, finally comes off the board, and the Seattle Seahawks are his destination.
Titans Radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft on Titans Radio is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Farm Bureau Health Plans has been serving members and protecting their health for 76 years. Learn more about their Tennessee roots at fbhp.com. We are 20 picks into this draft, Mike Keith, and it started quarterback as the Carolina Panthers took Bryce Young from Alabama, number 1. Then the Houston Texans took C.J. Stroud from Ohio State. Then they traded with the Arizona Cardinals and picked 3rd overall and took Will Anderson, the pass rusher from Alabama. A quarterback from the SEC came off the board again at number 4 with the Indianapolis Colts taking Anthony Richardson from Florida. And then our first cornerback came off the board as the Seahawks took Devin Witherspoon from Illinois. Then we had a trade. The other part of this trade in this was the Arizona Cardinals moved back up into the 6th spot with the Detroit Lions, and they took Paris Johnson Jr., the offensive tackle from Ohio State. At number 7, the Las Vegas Raiders took an edge pass rusher from Texas Tech, Tyree Wilson. The first running back of the board came off at number 8 as the Atlanta Falcons take Texas running back Bijan Robinson. Then at number 9, there was a trade. Philadelphia moves up 1 spot with the Chicago Bears, and the Eagles take defensive tackle from Georgia, Jalen Carter. And then to round out the first 10 picks, the other part of that trade, Chicago moves back to 10, and they take Darnell Wright, offensive tackle from the University of Tennessee.
To again the second 10, Peter Skronski, offensive lineman from Northwestern to the Tennessee Titans. Detroit trades to 12 and takes Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs. Green Bay at number 13 selects Iowa edge Lucas Van Ness. Pittsburgh trades up to 14 and selects Georgia offensive tackle Broderick Jones. The Jets, picking 15th, take Will McDonald IV, edge out of Iowa State. Cornerback Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State goes 16th to Washington. Another corner, Christian Gonzalez of Oregon, picked 17th by New England. Detroit takes linebacker Jack Campbell from Iowa 18th. Tampa Bay takes Kalijah Cansey, defensive end from Pitt at number 19. Number 20, Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State. And now the Los Angeles Chargers get ready to make pick number 21.
With the 21st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston, wide receiver, TCU.
Quentin Johnston, 6'2.5", 208, 33 and 5-inch arms, hands 9 and 5/8, wing 81 and 5/8, a 40.5-inch vertical leap, an 11.2 broad jump, and man, did he have some numbers at the combine.
Well, the bottom line, too, Coach Dave McGinnis, is the Chargers have a type when it comes to wide receivers. They like those big guys who can go get it.
Can I just say one word first?
Yep.
Go.
Frog.
There it is.
Yep.
This guy is special when he gets the ball in his hands. Now, he had inconsistent hands. Let's be honest, when I go through my evaluation, but when he catches it, he's got a gear where he can take off. He's going to have to get a little bit more nuanced in his route tree, but you've got a big play receiver, and Mike Keith, you said it so well. The Chargers have always had a type, long, lean, fast wideouts, and this guy fits the mold right here. As I said, TCU Frog.
I'm with you also, Coach Mack. Frog. Okay. What a season they've had. What a great season for him himself and that type of player they're looking for. Justin Herbert needs weapons also. The ability to compete with that team, Kansas City. Okay, you must get as many offensive weapons as you can and guys that can get the quarterback. He fits that mold, has an amazing vertical for a guy his size too. Toss the ball up, give it to him. Let your playmaker make plays.
Mac, let me ask you about your Frog, because we might have had him our number 1 wide receiver in this draft on our board, but the combat catches is where I have a question mark.
Right, that's what I say, inconsistent catches with him, and to me it has a whole lot to do with his route tree, getting in and out of his breaks faster so that the ball's not on top of him, Rhett. The ball's on top of him a lot. You know, we went back and forth between him and Jackson Smith and Njigba. You and I went back and forth, and so we ended up with Njigba 1 and this guy 2. But That's what I say. His hands were inconsistent, more inconsistent than I would like just watching it, but there's enough underneath all of that that you like. And Mike Keith hit it right on the head. This is a Charger-type receiver with length. Now, he doesn't have the run away from you speed, but he's got build-up speed. If you let him build it up, his long strides, he's going to leave you.
We're at 6th and Peabody in downtown Nashville, bringing you Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. And our sponsor of this fine site, and we're having a great time here tonight. We've had an outstanding crowd all evening. Well, it's our friends at Pinnacle. With all pro service and advice from Pinnacle, you can play hard and bank easy. And if you open a Titans checking account with at least $100 and a reoccurring direct deposit by May 31st, you could get a $200 MasterCard gift card. Details at titansbanking.com. Titans checking from Pinnacle, member FDIC. And so now, one of the teams of the day, even though they haven't picked yet in the draft, would be the Baltimore Ravens, who are on the clock. They signed Lamar Jackson to a new contract, so they've got their quarterback, and now at 22, they're on the clock.
Baltimore Ravens, 10-7 under head coach John Harbaugh. Second place in the AFC North. The Odell Beckham Jr. signing is one of the answers Ravens fans have been looking for. Lamar Jackson is still the quarterback under the franchise tag, so the defense has a need at cornerback because Marcus Peters is not under contract. Linebacker and edge rusher are also places Baltimore could turn to. The Ravens only have 5 picks in the draft. The Baltimore Ravens.
The most Raven player that I'm looking at on my sheet.
Who is it, Mike?
Might be Zay Flowers, the wide receiver from Boston College.
Oh, nice player.
He reminds me, his comp to me is Steve Smith, because he's a tough guy.
He's a tough guy.
He's got some Derek Mason type
nice.
attitude to him
nice.
and some versatility. He's an outside receiver, but with just 5 picks in the draft, do they have to go defense here?
Well, they don't have to. Look, they got their quarterback, and we know what their quarterback's strength is being able to create on the move.
Right.
Let's move back to Zay Flowers. This guy really has a great spatial awareness understanding, being able to find out where people are, and he's fast. And so I like Zay. Zay Flowers is our next receiver, Rhett, on the board.
Yep.
He's our next receiver on the board. So there's plenty of people on the edge they could pick.
And you know what else is interesting, too? Historically, when they were their best in 2019, they played 3 tight ends.
And you hit the nail on the head, because guess what hadn't been picked yet?
I mean, if they went and got Michael Mayer right here.
Darnell Washington.
Yeah, Darnell Washington to put with Mark Andrews.
Yep.
Dalton Kincaid.
Right. Oh, Dalton Kincaid would be scary in this thing from Utah.
To me, I look at this and I say, yes, Lamar signed today. Most times when your quarterback gets that second payday, you say to yourself, all right, now it's time to see him grow into that guy. To me, whether it's tight end, whether it's wide receiver, getting him weapons now to show why he's justified for that paycheck that they got him, I think is the most important thing Baltimore can do for him. Baltimore's usually pretty good at this type of stuff, so we'll see what they decide to do.
Now, Marcus Peters is not under contract. Speaking of the secondary, there's a couple of things on the board here, Mac.
All right.
Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State.
Or
do you take a Maryland prospect in Deontay Banks, who is lightning fast?
Track speed.
Those are some options.
Sure.
Yeah, the pick is in. We're waiting on Baltimore. And Baltimore does not go again because they don't have a second-round pick, so they don't go again until 86.
That's a big spread, Mike.
And then a lot of good players in this draft between 22 and 86 for sure.
You're 100% right.
And they have made a pick at 22. Then they will go at 124, 157, and 199.
Yeah, they better make this one right.
Yeah.
Now, this has got to be a need, right?
It has to. Like you said, they're a run-first type of team, but winning in the NFL now says you got to be able to spin the ball through the air. Lamar can throw. It's a matter of them having a new offensive coordinator right now, what that's going to look like for him, and how they're going to continue to make Lamar the highlight.
And the other thing, too, is look at the division. Joe Burrow's in the division. Deshaun Watson, back to being Deshaun Watson, is in the division. Kenny Pickett looks like he has the stuff.
And let's not forget Aaron Rodgers is in the AFC now.
Right.
Yes, he is.
Right. Well, there are a bunch of AFC. Yeah. I'm just talking about their division.
Right.
I'll say this too. Would you want your investment with this amount of payday he has coming his way, getting injured potentially by running the way he does? He needs either, like you said earlier, some help on the edge as far as tight end protecting him, or a
somebody
pass
to deal to.
Well, the other thing he needs to learn to do better, and I
Slide.
think he slide. Get down.
Yeah.
Get down.
Yeah.
I mean,
They got Odell Beckham Jr. there too now.
there are no points for bravery. but you know, the problem with Odell Beckham is he hasn't really put up great numbers, elite numbers, since 2017.
No.
Not that he can't play, but
no, that's so valid. We'll see. Here we go.
With the 22nd pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Boston College.
Zay Flowers, 5'9", 182, arms 29 1/4, hands 9 1/4, wings 72 1/4, 4.42 in the 40, 1.49 in his first 10 yards, 35.5-inch vertical, 10.7 broad. And Coach Mack, he added 13 pounds of mass before the combine.
Well, he can look. This guy can get it. He can flat get it with the ball in his hands. But the thing about him, he can get open, and he's a tough combat catcher. Even at that size. We have him as our third receiver in this draft in the first pod. This guy, this is help.
Yeah.
Ramon, you talk about help for your quarterback. This is help. I mean, and the thing that you like about this guy is his toughness.
Yep.
Oh,
Even
man.
with his size,
I
his
mean,
toughness.
This is D. Mays 2.0 for them.
No doubt.
I mean, this is a guy with probably more long speed than Derek Mason
Yes.
had, but you know, it'll take a lot to be as productive as Derek was. There's no question. But
Right.
he's the same type of guy.
Yeah.
Plays angry. Yeah. I mean, he just
Fights for the ball.
Right. He always disrespected. I'm going to bring it every single day. I mean, that's a compliment.
We have
sure
an
it is.
official run on receivers, has none taken till 20, and then the last 3 picks are that. And he becomes the first Boston College wide receiver taken in the first round in nearly 30 years. You remember who the other one was, Mike?
Gerard Phelan.
No, Kelvin Martin. The
Kelvin
Cowboy.
Martin played for the Cowboys.
Yes,
Gerard
sir.
Phelan's
Wow.
the guy. Wasn't he the guy that played with Doug Flutie?
That's correct.
I think that's right. So now, interesting little moment, because we're going to see the Minnesota Vikings at number 23. And, well, let's listen to what Minnesota needs after a 13-win season.
Minnesota Vikings, 13-4 under first-year head coach Kevin O'Connell, and winners of the NFC North Division. Adding cornerback Byron Murphy and defensive end Marcus Davenport addressed 2 of the Vikings' biggest needs heading into this weekend. However, another corner and a linebacker should be in consideration. Adam Thielen is gone, and a wide receiver number 2 is needed to pair with Justin Jefferson. The Vikings have just 5 total picks in this year's draft. The Minnesota Vikings.
All right, so I throw out the Vikings because as you look at what's coming up, Rhett Bryan, and you and I have been sort of going back and forth on this, we're talking about the Will Levis sweepstakes.
Yes, and they're still available.
Minnesota has Kirk Cousins. Isn't he going to be 38? Isn't that right? Okay.
Yes, he is.
Jacksonville has a quarterback. The Giants have a quarterback. Dallas has a quarterback. Buffalo has a quarterback. Cincinnati has a quarterback. New Orleans has invested in a quarterback. Mm-hmm. Philadelphia certainly has a quarterback. And Kansas City has a quarterback. So if Will Levis doesn't go here, or even if Hendon Hooker doesn't go here, do we go through the rest of the first round with nobody selecting a quarterback unless
someone trades in?
Someone trades back in.
Absolutely. I mean, that's where we are right now. And look, first of all, let me acknowledge Rhett's acumen of picking up the wide receiver run, because there's always runs in positions. But to your point, you talk about this is kind of a tipping point for Will Levis right here. This is a tipping point for him because he needs to go to a place where he can sit behind a veteran. You cannot turn a team over to a wild horse rider like he is until he gets some seasoning to him underneath a veteran guidance.
Now, let me say this, because we were talking about a run on receivers. Adam Thielen is gone.
Right.
They need a viable number 2 to pair with Justin Jefferson.
Right.
So let's look at the board, Mac. And
they
who is
traded
left
for a
here.
tight end at the end of the year.
Jordan Addison, Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman.
Yes.
Yep.
Too high for him, I think.
Well,
unless he fits the need, and that's kind of where we are because there were so few players in this draft with true first-round grades.
16 we had.
Yeah,
Well, and Max
some
should tell
people had
you
as few as 8.
And Max should tell you both Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman we had in the second pod, which means they could slip into night,
Sure.
but we thought they were night 2.
Sure.
Also, correction, Kirk Cousins will be 36 at the start of the season,
Okay.
too.
I apologize.
Yeah,
Kurt.
no, all good. You gave him a little seasoning. That's all it is.
Well, Ramon, with all due respect, you agreed with Mike on 38.
I did. Well, I had to hit the research department real quick.
That's okay.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong
Well,
with that.
he's an older quarterback, and he is very expensive.
Yes, he is.
Very expensive.
He's been so good at doing those short-term deals.
I mean, he
Well,
was
think
a
about it.
genius.
He was franchise tagged twice in Washington, and then got a big money deal.
All
I
guaranteed.
mean, he's done really
They
well.
got the 3 for 85.
Yeah, he's the one that started all this quarterback
Right,
madness.
but Ramon's exactly right. He took the short-term deals.
Bet on himself.
I mean, it's hard to see Minnesota taking a quarterback right here based on the fact that they have needs and they are, they have so few picks.
And then you look at the rumors, of course, of Dalvin Cook potentially being on the market for them. They seem to be looking offensive with the way they're going to go about this draft. But again, they won the NFC North last year. They had a good team. It's a matter of how they continue to stack and build to compete.
Yeah, but that, you saw them, and they had the game against Dallas late in the season where they got hammered, and you said, man, is this a real 13-win team?
That was a nasty game for Minnesota.
Oh, wow. I mean, it was just a beatdown at their place.
Nasty.
And it kind of gave you a preview.
It was like 43-3 or something
40
like
to
that?
3, I think it was. It was just a total wipeout, and you wondered,
So would you expect them to go D-line then if that's the case, if they can't stop a nosebleed? That's something you have to consider. If you get embarrassed like that, most coaches and GMs will say to themselves, not again. That's the type of move you will make if you get embarrassed like that by one of your NFC opponents.
It's still a big man's game, Ramon.
Yeah.
By the way, Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan on paying less for the coverage you need with Farm Bureau Health Plans. Get a quote today at fbhp.com. Minnesota taking all of their time.
This is a team that ran out of time one time.
That's right. They certainly did, and ended up being dropped back 2 spots.
2 spots.
Because they didn't make a pick at 7, and they ended up making a pick at 9.
By the way, that's professional malpractice, in case you'd like to know.
Well, there were some people who thought they did it intentionally because they didn't want to pay the money in the 7 slot.
Oh, my. That's one way to lose right there. Never have
That
the
was Red
ability to
McCombs,
win.
though. Red had money.
Didn't like to spend it.
Didn't like to spend it. That's one thing to have it, right?
That's what happens when you're rich. You're rich because you don't part with it.
You usually take stuff from places, too, it seems. Usually do.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean.
I wouldn't know. I'm
mean,
not rich. I don't have any idea.
I hang around Coach Mack a little bit.
Never seen me take anything.
Ever. The pick is in, and the crowd in Kansas City, they're all still there. And
it looks like they're in stationary mode, though.
Yeah, they're like numb.
Well, where this thing is, the World War I Museum comes down a hill, and
Which
that's
is
where
very
a lot
cool,
of
by the way.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And there's a grass, kind of a knoll there where everybody can come down, and then it feeds right into Union Station right there.
That's a good point.
That's
Rhett.
my favorite worthless shot is when TV goes to the shot of the draft room and everybody's clapping and hugging each other.
Yeah, because who says, boo, that's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, do you ever see 2 guys just getting a fight in there?
I hate that pick.
That's awful. I quit,
I told you not to pick him.
Yeah, that was the worst.
Everybody wants to be sure they're cheering, doing the cameras on.
Make sure to cheer. You're on TV.
Cameras on.
Camera's on. You better play like you like it, whether you do or not.
As you told us earlier, Coach Mack, the ones that probably don't hate it don't get to talk, okay?
Look, there's a decorum in the draft room where now you can jump up when you make your pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Minnesota is making their pick, and then it's Jacksonville, the Giants, Dallas, Buffalo, Cincinnati, New Orleans, Philadelphia, and Kansas City. Just 31 picks in the first round due to the fact, and here's the commissioner.
23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
Jordan Addison, 5'11", 173, arms 30 and 7/8 inches, hands 8 3/4, wings 74.5, 4.49 in the 40, 157 in his first 10. He had a 34-inch broad vertical jump, 10.2 broad, and at his pro day, 4.19 in the short shuttle, 7.053 cone drill. Coach Dave McGinnis.
Smooth. This was our fourth receiver. Our first pod's gone, Rhett.
Yep.
So, I mean, we did that right. The thing about Jordan Addison is this guy, he was a much more productive receiver when he was at Pitt. Transferred to USC, did not quite have the production out there. You go back and watch his Pitt tape. He's very, very smooth. He's a nuanced receiver. And the thing that is you would say that he's got speed, but he's really, really smooth. He's always in balance.
Don't you love him with Justin Jefferson, though, on this team?
Oh, 100%.
Because they are two totally different guys, and they both do what they do well.
Yes, they do. And that's the thing about it. There's no discrepancy on who's going to play what role, right? You know Jordan Addison's going inside. Justin Jefferson, do your thing outside. No issue there whatsoever. I'll say this about his transition to USC. The jury was out on him already. You're not going to come to the Pac-12 and do us the way you did the ACC. I think when you're known like that as an underclassman, we're going to double him. Anybody going to beat us, not you.
Hey, and don't forget, they got T.J. Hawkinson in a trade at tight end, and Alex Madison may be one of the better backup running backs in the league behind Cook.
Dalvin Cook,
Yeah.
If they keep Cook.
That's correct.
Which I don't think they're going to do. I think they want to save that money. The question is, does somebody want Cook?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very fair.
That's very fair. All right, Jacksonville's on the clock. We need a break. You're listening to Titans Radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft from 6th and Peabody. What a night we've had here, and we appreciate everybody being with us so far on Titans Radio.
Mock drafts are fun, but the real thing is happening now. 2023 NFL Draft coverage presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans returns in 2 minutes. This is Titans Radio.
Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. The 2023 NFL Draft happens here. This is Titans Radio.
With Rhett Bryan, Ramon Foster, Coach Dave McGinnis, and Amy Wells in Kansas City, I am Mike Keith. Thank you so much for being with us so far tonight. It has been exciting, especially been exciting lately if you like wide receivers. The last 4 picks in the draft, all wideouts. At 20, Jackson Smith-Njigba from Ohio State. At 21, Quentin Johnson from TCU to the Chargers. At 22, Baltimore selects Zay Flowers, Boston College. At 23, Minnesota takes Jordan Addison from USC. The Giants have just traded up 1 spot to take Jacksonville's place at 24. So the New York Giants are on the clock.
New York Giants. 9-7-1 under first-year head coach Brian Daboll, and 3rd place in the NFC East Division. A busy offseason finds the G-Men adding Darren Waller, Harris Campbell, and Bobby Okereke, just to name a few. The Giants still have needs at the wide receiver 1 position. A top-flight cornerback or even a safety could be on their shopping list. Help along the interior offensive line are also places of emphasis. The Giants have 10 picks over the next 3 days and extra selections in rounds 5 and 7. The New York Giants.
They don't right now because in terms of the trade for moving up 1 spot, they send Jacksonville 25, number 160, and number 240 to move up 1 place.
All right, so I was thinking about listening to that, some of the guys that make sense. I mean, Osiris Torrance would make a ton of sense here, and he is such a nasty guard from Florida.
He's a big, thick dude, man. I mean, he really is, and he's got some nasty to him.
So
he's a lot like this guy right here was.
The other guy that really intrigues me in a spot like this for a team like the Giants is Keely Ringo from Georgia.
Yeah.
And Keely Ringo was a 5-star coming out of high school. He has an injury, misses his freshman year, and then he started 2 years for Georgia. Then he goes and runs this crazy 4.36 and does all these wild things at the combine. People don't know if he's a corner or a safety, and he may be a hybrid of both. But, man, he's a good-looking athlete.
He's a good athlete, but I tell you, and looking at him, and if you really dial in on him and watch his game, you talk about they don't know, he does not have great transitional hips like this.
Mm-hmm.
It takes him just a tick more to get turned.
So safety?
Now once he's turned, he can go.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
Deonte Banks, 6 foot and a half, 197, arms 30 and 31 3/8, hands 9 3/8, wing nearly 78 inches, but a blazing fast 4.35 40 at the combine. His first 10, 1.45, 42-inch vertical leap, 11.4 broad jump. The explosion is there, Coach Dave McGinnis.
Yeah, Deonte Banks. Look, they had a track team in the secondary. They're at Maryland. This guy is very, very fast. He's extremely, extremely competitive. This guy will get up in the face of receivers and stay there the entire time. He's got catch-up speed, and he's got a little punch to him when he arrives at the contact point. Again, one of our top corners. The top corner that we have that has not been picked yet, Rhett, is Joey Porter Jr., but Deonte Banks, because of his speed, he's going to be a very good player, and if he'll stay healthy, he can probably play for quite a while.
Jacksonville moved down 1 spot, and so they are up at number 25, and they were not able to do a lot in free agency this year because they spent so much money in free agency the last 2 years.
Right.
And so now Deonte Banks is off the board. What will Jacksonville be interested in with their first selection after winning the AFC South and making the playoffs? What do they have the need for? Jacksonville Jaguars are not on the clock. It's actually the Buffalo Bills who have just traded with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's see what the Bills are in the market for.
Buffalo Bills. 13-3 under head coach Sean McDermott, winners of the AFC East Division. The addition of Connor McGovern bolsters the Buffalo offensive line, but some help around McGovern and a right tackle wouldn't hurt. Tremaine Edmonds' departure means a linebacker is a little higher on the needs list to assist Matt Milano, and a middle rounds power back isn't out of the question. The Bills have 6 selections in the 2023 draft. The Buffalo Bills.
What do they want?
What do they need? I mean, that's the thing that you look at.
They need somebody who can help them, who doesn't cost a lot of money.
Well,
which means
none of these guys are going to cost a lot of money.
Well, that's my point. Is they need somebody who be great if they could be a starter, but if they could be a role player in some way, even if they rotated through on defense. Losing Edwards at linebacker was a big deal.
Yes.
A loss at safety was a big deal. You know, they had some other things, and this is what happens when you miss your window a little bit.
Yep.
Because of who their quarterback is, they can still win the whole thing, but they won't have as good a 53 as what they had last year.
You mentioned safety. Brian Branch is still out there.
Yeah, there's a good one.
Brian Branch is our only first-round graded safety. When Rhett and I were putting this thing together since January, he is still out there. You mentioned safety. That wouldn't be a bad pick.
I like safety, but I also look at these positions when you're drafting in the 20s and say, what's best available? We hadn't seen a tight end go yet. Now, again, Dawson Knox is there, but besides Dawson, I look and I kind of say, well, where else can they get best available? Running back, we always talk about Buffalo needing one, but the idea that they're going to reach for one in the first round right now, I don't think so.
Well, the other part of it, and you're talking about adding pieces to the offense, it was much like what Bill Polian, who used to run the Bills and then went on to run the Colts, he kept adding parts down the stretch to the offense because he said, as long as I've got Peyton Manning, that's my best chance to win, and so I'm going to help him. I'm going to continue to do that. I mean, there was an inordinate amount of money spent in the salary cap on offense compared to defense.
Yes.
That is so true, and it might be going on here. I mean, you don't know, but to Ramon's point, there's not been one tight end taken.
And you know who would be perfect in that offense to go with Dawson Knox?
Who's that?
You mentioned him in Baltimore a few picks ago, Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. Jacksonville moves twice in short space and picks up 4 extra picks. This trade that they just made, they got picks 27 and number 130. So they're dealing in Jacksonville.
Good for them. No, I meant that very sincerely.
Oh, I know you did.
Did it not come across as sincere? No.
Mike.
I didn't hear it, Mike.
You didn't?
You did
it's
not,
getting a little late.
You did not mean that sincerely.
I did.
Everybody out here knows that you're not sincere with that.
I don't care whether you're sincere or not. They can pick into the face of the sun for all I care.
Our two guys.
That's where I'm at.
Mike, our two dudes right here, they know you were BSing on
you
that.
Think so?
Their filter was working well. They said, nah, not buying that.
Not buying it.
They're not Jacksonville
Buffalo
fans
has
either.
made the pick, and that is coming down at any moment now.
Coach Mack, you look at this as like Buffalo want to move up, or did Jacksonville want to move back at this spot?
Jacksonville needed picks.
Okay.
Well, and the point, too, is they probably still think they can get their guy.
Well, yeah, and especially if they want a tight end. They're all there.
Well, Darnell Washington's still out there, too, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they want to go for a blocking edge type of guy.
See, I don't – that one's got me.
I know.
He was not a devastating blocker at Georgia.
He was not. But everybody fell in love with the optics at the combine, did they not?
Well, but you want – see, they've got a really good tight end at Georgia, number 1 tight end.
Yeah, they do.
How do they not think about Nolan Smith here? Who's a better athlete than he probably is football player, but still.
They've thrown a ton of picks at the D-line.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
They've thrown a ton of picks at the D-line the last 3-4 drafts.
Why does that hurt? I mean, you can never have enough, right?
No. We got Nolan Smith in our top tier, too.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't go earlier in this draft, too. But, again, you look at his injuries he's had, you look at his size and say, where can we plug and play him? I love him rushing off the edge, but I just don't know if he can play in the middle either.
To me, he's a sub player.
Yeah, he missed the last 6 games of the year with a torn pectoral
He has a hard time holding weight.
Yeah.
You see?
He's a sub rusher to me.
All right, the Bills have made their selection. We will go through 31. I started to mention going to break. There are only 31 picks because Miami lost theirs.
Cheating.
Due to
Hand in cookie jar.
Due to the allegations.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Utah.
Dalton Kincaid, 6'3.5", 246, arms 32 5/8, hands 10 1/4, a wing of almost 79 inches. He's had a back deal that's gone on for a while, so he did not work out at the combine or his pro day. But Coach Dave McGinnis, you look at his tape and the show that he put on. What do you have, 16 catches in a bowl game? I mean, he's ridiculous.
Well, first of all, he's very competitive, and his hands, Rhett, he's a good hands away from the body catcher, and he's got some suddenness to him. Even at this size, he's got some suddenness to him. He's got snatch hands. He sticks them up there. He's not a body catcher, and he can get down the field. He will be a matchup problem for linebackers. You're going to have to put a safety on this guy, especially in passing downs. We had him rated as our second tight end. Michael Mayer was our first, and Dalton Kincaid, as you said, the only reason we moved him down in that pod was to seeing how the medical would be.
Yep. You know why I like him a whole lot? My breakdown on him was this: a former no-star prospect. He's worked for everything he had. He didn't really know if he wanted to play sports in college, got convinced, ended up making it, plays the ball high at the point, has really good speed, can beat safeties, can beat linebackers, good comeback catcher. And my final summary of him and his playmaking ability reminds me of Kelsey. I said that with a side eye.
Well, the whole thing about him, and you hit on it. So he's a basketball player in high school.
Yes.
Really good high school basketball player, the kind the woods are full of. You know, he's not going to go to college. He plays 1 year of high school football. He's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
At one point, he had decided he was just going to go to college, just to be a student. And what do you think he's thinking about that decision now? He goes to the University of San Diego and blows up and gains 30 pounds. Then he transfers to Utah, and after a year of sort of transition, he has 2 great years. He's nearly 24.
Yeah.
So he's a little more grown up. For the Buffalo Bills, I mean, if you look at perfect picks, and you can make one at 1, or you can make one at 25, or you can make one at 50, or you can make one at 200. This is a perfect pick for the Buffalo Bills.
Does it fit?
I hate to say it.
Yeah.
Well, you said it.
But it's a perfect pick. He's another weapon. This is what Bill Polian did all those years with the Colts.
And you know, teams get patterns on picks up to personalities.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy fits it. You are so correct.
And
so
Mike,
correct.
what did the Buffalo Bills do? They leapfrogged a team who probably needs a tight end. Was that their first choice? We don't know, but the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock.
Dallas Cowboys, 12-5 under head coach Mike McCarthy. Second place in the NFC East. Trades for Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore are nice additions to the roster, but getting out from under Ezekiel Elliott's big contract and a franchise tag of the injured Tony Pollard may make for a new addition at running back in their first couple of picks. More beef on the interior defensive line to help DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons would also help the Cowboys. Dallas has 7 total picks in this draft. The Dallas Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. By the way, have you noticed their war room, which is also known as a draft room now, better known as that? It is the strangest looking one of all. It's as if the Jones are sitting behind the console of the Enterprise.
Yes.
And they have and they're lit up, and everybody sitting behind them is like in the dark. It's like they're plotting the overthrow of the world.
I'm glad you said it, Michael.
beam
When
me
I
up,
saw
Scotty.
it, I said, why are they even doing this? You know, why you got the star behind you? But, of course, it's Jerry World, and the star is the brand. And
Here it is right here.
Look at that.
You remember where Jerry did the draft during COVID, don't you?
On his bus?
From his yacht.
Oh, that's where it's at.
But it's just so odd. And McCarthy gets a little bit of light. And Will McClay gets a little bit of light, but no one else does.
You see, and that's almost can I go with the Dallas Cowboys here for just maybe 10 seconds?
Sure.
This is why they're so much back and forth with an organization like this. Like, the team owner is the one that's in front of everybody and not your head coach. He's the working GM. But it's just like, let the football people do football
But you know,
things.
the funny thing is, Stephen Jones is quite good.
Well, I know Stephen is.
And a lot of people don't realize, because Jerry kind of gets tormented about all this.
It's his baby.
But his son really does a nice job with Will McClay. Will McClay
is good.
Is one of the most underrated personnel people in the National Football League. And they've given him all kinds of different titles. They won't make him GM because Jerry's GM.
Yeah.
But they've given him every title under the sun so he can't leave. And now they've made the pick, and they're standing up, shaking hands.
Everybody's standing up except Jerry. Now he's up.
There he is.
So you're getting a little extra description late in Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. Sponsored by our great friends at Farm Bureau Health Plans.
Have any of you up here on this panel ever been to the Star in Frisco, Texas?
No, sir.
No,
Whoa.
have not.
Whoa.
Whoa.
It's a show, Coach?
It's a show. It is, wow.
The Cowboys, I would think it's a tight end, right?
I'm thinking
I would think so.
Is Michael Mayer a Cowboy tight end?
He certainly could be.
As far as overall.
Is he like your Vol for Life that was her tight end? Like Jason Witten?
No,
Okay.
he's not that. Jason Witten was a crazy enough athlete that they nearly had a fist fight. They had to break up a fight between offensive and defensive coaches trying to figure out who was going to get him.
Oh.
Because the defensive coaches thought he would be, and he probably would have been an all-conference defensive end.
Wow.
Crazy athlete. Not necessarily the fastest guy,
Right.
but, I mean, one of those guys that whatever he does, he just picks it up and he's better than anybody else.
He was really a quality tight end in the National Football League.
Mike, he might not have been the fastest, but he's going to fast-track his way to the Hall of Fame.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. He will get a yellow jacket.
Yes, he will.
That's exactly right. So Dallas will make the selection here, and then it's Jacksonville, Cincinnati, New Orleans, Philadelphia, and Kansas City to wrap up the first round. Had a bunch of wide receivers come off the board.
Yes, sir.
Dalton Kincaid has just become the first tight end off the board at number 25. Dalton Kincaid out of Utah.
One linebacker's gone.
And that was a shock. Jack Campbell. But Rhett Bryan picked it earlier in the week on the OTP, on the official Titans podcast. He said Jack Campbell had a good chance to go in the first round.
He's one of the true middle linebackers in this draft. Really, and size-wise, too. He's an outlier to the linebackers size-wise in this draft.
I actually thought Trenton Simpson from Clemson would be one of those guys, but
Trenton Simpson can really play.
Yes, he can.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Maisie Smith. Let me find my notes here. There we go. He is 6'3", 323, arms 33 3/4, hands 9 3/4, wing 80 7/8 inches, 29.5-inch vertical, even at that size, a nearly 9-foot broad jump. And Coach Mack, we had this guy pretty high on the board.
We had him right behind Kalijah Kancey.
That's right, and this guy's a track dude. He shot, put, discus, the whole deal. And now he's a Cowboy.
Who's that, Mike Feldman, that does the freak list?
Bruce Feldman.
Bruce Feldman, he's on it. He's on it just because of the size. Rhett mentioned it, the athletic ability he had. This is a powerful guy.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful, very, very twitchy for a big man. Really, really good, strong hands. We had him right below Kancey. He doesn't have quite the movement, but he's got girth. He is a thick dude that you can put in that center guard triangle defensively, and he is going to be able to wreck that triangle.
He made a bad mistake in October of 2022 when he was arrested on a felony gun charge that was later reduced to a misdemeanor. He was pulled over going 50 and a 25, and police found a handgun and multiple magazines of ammunition in the car. The gun was legally purchased, but he didn't have a concealed license, a concealed permit at the time. And he's not even 22 yet. He'll be 22 in June. And teams really went in hard to find out, was this an isolated mistake? And what they found is the majority of his character has been very solid, already graduated, bright guy with a future, made a mistake, and the Dallas Cowboys willing to give him a chance as a first-round pick. 5 first-round picks left to come, more to happen as we are live at 6th and Peabody. Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft, presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans, continues down the stretch next.
New Titans are selected here. More of Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is on the way. This is Titans Radio.
It's been a great night here at 6th and Peabody. Titans radio coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft continues. Jacksonville is getting ready to make a pick at 27 finally.
Jacksonville Jaguars, 9-8 under first-year head coach Doug Peterson and winners of the AFC South Division. Cornerback Shaquille Griffin was released earlier this year, and an outside cornerback tops the list. Right tackle Jawan Taylor is gone, with Walker Little ready to step in. But a depth tackle, edge rusher, and additional safety are positions of emphasis. The Jags have 9 total picks over the next 3 days and have 2 selections each in round 4 and round 6. The Jacksonville Jaguars.
The pick is in for Jacksonville, and we will see who the Jags are going to add. You would figure, looking at their quarterback, looking at what they have offensively, adding more offense, not a bad idea, especially now with the news that Cam Robinson is going to be suspended for performance-enhancing drugs.
He was trying to get a little help.
Well, and as it was mentioned in the team meets there, Jawan Taylor goes to Kansas City.
Right.
So, this kind of leaves him in a bit of a pinch there. So, an offensive lineman would be good there.
Harrison from Oklahoma.
We got Anton Harrison. We got Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse. We got Dawan Jones from Ohio State.
6'8", 360.
Massive.
Ooh, biggest wingspan in the history of the Senior Bowl.
They mentioned they might need a corner. You've still got Joey Porter Jr. on the board. You got Cam Smith from South Carolina still on the board. And then we have Keely Ringo.
Commissioner on his way back out for Jacksonville's pick.
Yep.
And then Cincinnati will be the team on the clock.
The 27th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
Anton Harrison, 6'4", 315, arms nearly 35 inches long, hands 9 1/4, wing over 80 inches, ran a 4.98 40 at the combine, 1.71 in his first 10 yards, still almost a 29-inch vertical leap at that size, and a short shuttle under 5 seconds as well. And Ramon Foster, you talk about a guy that played 23 games at left tackle, 1 at right tackle for the Oklahoma Sooners.
Yes, indeed, man. Played big-time ball out there. Very good speed, very good with speed off the edge, and that's because he's a big athlete. As you said, he played basketball, actually looked to go play basketball and football in college, too. It's very fluid mover. He just turned 21 in February, y'all. Again, with them losing their right tackle, having the ability in Jacksonville to replace him right now. Has to get used to physicality. That's one thing I will say. He does look like he get pushed around a little bit with those basketball legs, okay? Plays somewhat high, but gets away with it because he's a good athlete. Has a little bit of a head duck on most pass sets, but he's a tall kid, smart and good in space.
Yeah, and when you watch him, you can see the athletic ability with the movement. He is a little bit of a waist bender.
Just a little bit.
Sometimes he will reach and get out of leverage. He needs to stay square, and I think if he will strengthen his lowers, it will help him get a base where he can stay a little more square. Normally, when they start leaning, and you can say this too, Ramon, you start leaning, it's because your base gets out of whack.
Yeah, that, and also I throw this in there. Working on that core is another good way. Core and knee bend is always a good component to work on to kind of stop that a little bit. And this is the other thing. Use your reach, your arms, all of those things. Why not utilize that?
We're moving quickly through this bottom of this round here. Let's go ahead and put the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock.
Cincinnati Bengals, 12-4 under head coach Zach Taylor, winners of the AFC North. This offseason has seen the Bengals sign Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle, while losing starters on defense like Jermaine Pratt and both starting safeties in Jesse Bates and Von Bell. Safety, linebacker, and a tight end are near the top of the list now that Hayden Hurst left in free agency. Cincinnati has picks in each of the 7 rounds this weekend. The Cincinnati Bengals.
Cincinnati Bengals need a safety.
Brian Branch.
That's what I'm thinking Brian Branch, too, unless they just feel like they have to dive in and grab one of the tight ends that they just can't resist.
By the way, really, Zach Taylor and combo with Duke Tobin, they've done a nice job with this franchise, by the way.
I mean, how good – you look at how good a shape they're in right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, financially, they always have their picks. They've got their quarterback. They've made the right picks at wide receiver.
They got their left tackle, too.
They do.
You talking about Brown?
Orlando Brown Jr. I'm with you a little bit on that one, but they got a guy.
They got a guy.
They got a guy.
They got a guy.
It hadn't been that long ago they did not have a guy.
No.
That's true.
No, they had just somebody.
It's interesting to live in a world where Cincinnati's actually making good stuff happen.
You'd never had much problem with Cincinnati, did you? But they did have Marvin Lewis while you were there.
They
had some success. Here we go.
He flies. With the 28th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Myles Murphy, defensive end, Clemson.
Myles Murphy, 6'4", 268, arms 33 3/4, hands 8 1/2, wing almost 82 inches. He did only the bench press at the combine because he had a left hamstring, did 25 reps at 225, but his pro day, 4.53 in the 40, 1.59 in the first 10, a 31-inch vertical, and a 3-cone of 7.21.
He might have won the pro days this year because he was a guy that, after not doing anything at the combine, he had to show at the pro day, and, man, he hit everything out of the park.
He hit everything out of the park, and that's a very, very good point. Here's the thing that this guy also does, too. He's got a great long arm.
Yep.
You were talking about the long arm that offensive lineman has to counter with. He's got a great long arm. He can get extension and then work. With that, he's got a really nice get off. He's a good athlete. To get to be an elite player in this league, he's going to have to work counter moves.
Yes, he is.
He's going to have to learn his counter moves.
You know what, too? When you have a team, you look at what they do usually. That's Carlos Dunlap again.
That's what they've just drafted right there, a guy like him. This is also fascinating to me. At 14 years old, y'all know him in the baseball world. He threw a 90 miles per hour baseball at 14.
Sure did.
That ought to tell you what he's capable of. Pursues the ball really well. Former 5-star coming out of high school. That is also a trend in this draft, too. A lot of these first-rounders were former 5-stars when you look at how they came out of high school. I said this. He does have that stiffness in his hips a little bit, but he gets around the corner. His pursuit is crazy. Has played a lot of ball. He runs a 4.5 at 270-ish pounds. Tell me what's better than that.
Well, he's an athlete. And the thing about it is, once he gets a little refinement to his counter pass rush moves, it'll be a problem.
Yes, it will.
I am somewhat surprised they didn't take a safety there because considering Von Bell and Jesse Bates both left, they're starting safeties.
And they, with their defensive scheme, the safeties are so important to what they do and make so many plays for them. I'm the same way. Plan on paying less for the coverage you need with Farm Bureau Health Plans. Get a quote today at fbhp.com. Saints are on the board. We're back with that pick in the final 3 of the first round. Does somebody trade back in and grab a quarterback? Stay with us for Titans Radio's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. Glad to have you with us from 6th and Peabody. We've been on Titans Radio tonight since 6 o'clock Central Time, so a little over 4.5 hours. We've enjoyed the evening here and want to thank our friends at Pinnacle for making it possible with all pro service and advice from Pinnacle. You can play hard and bank easy, and if you open a Titans checking account with at least $100 and a recurring direct deposit by May 31st, you could get a $200 MasterCard gift card. Details at Titans Banking. Titans Checking from Pinnacle, member FDIC. With Dave McGinnis, Ramon Foster, and Rhett Bryan, I am Mike Keith. We are awaiting the pick from the New Orleans Saints. The rebuilding New Orleans Saints. They are about to get the pick in.
New Orleans Saints, 7-10 under first-year head coach Dennis Allen, and third place in the NFC South. A whirlwind of activity sees Derek Carr as the Saints starter at quarterback. Out in free agency are defensive linemen Marcus Davenport, Shai Tuttle, and David Omanyata, and they filled some of those holes in with the likes of Colin Saunders. An impact player on the D-line is still probably in order. Help at wide receiver and guard are also on the list. The Saints hold 8 total picks and multiple selections in rounds 5 and 7. The New Orleans Saints.
Saints need to hit this one. Yeah. And the reason they do is they were 50-something million over the cap at
at
the start of the fiscal, or right before we got into kind of everything to start the fiscal year. Well, what they ended up doing in most cases is just redoing contracts and pushing it on out.
Yep.
And that's great for right now. And as the cap goes up, it may not ever be a problem.
It'll be a problem.
Well, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll just go on until the end of time. And, the cap will be $600 million and it won't matter. But the point I'm making is, in this spot right here, they need a starter who can help them and can be at least a 5-year player.
The New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee, defensive tackle, Clemson.
Brian Brzee, 6'5", 298, arms 32 1/4, hands 10 1/4, wing almost 79, ran a 4.86 40, a 1.65 first 10 yards, a 29-inch vertical leap, 22 reps at 225, and he missed his senior season. He elected to go on because in September of 2022, his young sister Ella passed away at the age of 15 after battling brain cancer. He's one of the top defensive tackles in this draft.
Yeah, we had him right at the top of our second pod, which is about where you'd expect these guys to start bleeding into the first round. He's an athlete. I mean, he's a really accomplished athlete, especially for a big man. You look at Clemson, and you think they had a bad year. Well, they still won 10 ball games. And they've got a history.
But they didn't win their bowl game.
No, they did not. No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Sorry.
No, you're not, and I'm not either.
You're not. I'm not either. I just said they had a nice season.
I like this pick for them simply because Cam Jordan, I think he's about to go into year 13 as far as his career goes.
He's amazing.
He's an amazing, still all-pro type of caliber guy, but he's a battering ram. Brian Brzee is, man. I love the way he plays. He gets after. He falls all over everybody to go make plays for his team. Has some health issues, of course. They had to taper down his practice reps and stuff like that.
Yep.
But I think everybody's learned that if the colleges can do it and pass that information on to NFL teams, if you think a guy's capable, you take him, man. I think he's a solid player.
Well, he was the #1 prospect in the country coming out of Damascus, Maryland in 2020.
Wow.
I mean, he was that well thought of. He did miss the time with the kidney infection last year, and he did tear his ACL 4 games into the 21 season. So he has had some difficulties that way. But Rhett hit on everything he did at the Combine, which for a man 6'5 and a half, 300 pounds.
A 1.65 first 10 yards.
I know.
Mike,
and he
ridiculous.
He can play all over the defensive line because of his athleticism. Yep. Loves the game, gets after it. I thought played really hard in the Orange Bowl against Tennessee, which he didn't have to.
No, he didn't. And I'll be honest with you, I hated these type of guys because you knew they were good enough, low enough, and quick enough with long enough arms that they can just get into your body. His motor and how he attacks is special. So I enjoy that about his play.
Yeah, what I hear right here out of my notebook, he was injured in 2021, tore his ACL. Physical skill set, twitchy, strong rip move, versatility down the line. He can play, just like you said, up and down the line. Great motor, natural athleticism, speed, burst. I've got a question mark on injuries, and I've got a question mark on durability.
Fair. I mean, I think, but the twitchy thing for a man that size, I mean, it's one of the things you think about Jeffrey Simmons, and I'm not comparing Brian Brzee to Big Jeff. But what I'm saying is Jeff has that.
Sure.
Yes. I mean, to be that big and still look that athletic, not look lumbering. And
you're so right. And when you say twitch with a big man this size, you know you've got something, especially in short areas.
Yep. And that's what I was saying earlier. As far as he goes, like the way he lines up on you, you know it's going to be a long day at the office. I can brag about him now because I'm retired, okay, Mike? That's how I feel about him. He's good, though. He's going to be a headache for a lot of teams.
Philadelphia getting ready to make their second pick of the first round. They traded from 10 to 9 and took Jalen Carter, the defensive lineman out of Georgia that many people think is the best overall player in this draft.
That's a real Philly pick, too.
A true Philly pick. And they'll be able to invest in him in a way. I'm sure they will have him on on a close watch. And
Jeremiah Washburn.
Oh, yeah.
Is their assistant D-line coach. He will be all up in his grill, I promise you.
And you got to think, he's got some Georgia boys up there with him.
That's right.
Jordan Davis is there. That's his leader right there. Hey, young fella, you with me now.
Yep.
Come on with it. That's a beautiful part about the NFL, too, is that fraternity is real.
So we're going to see what Philadelphia does. And then the last pick of the first round is Kansas City. Still wondering, Rhett Bryan, does somebody trade back into the first round and grab a quarterback? Because if you do, you get the fifth-year option.
The fifth-year option, you got Will Levis sitting out there, and you've got Hendon sitting out there.
You've got Hendon Hooker as well.
You got Hendon sitting out there that is going to sit for his first year, which is fine.
Philadelphia, they're very happy in their draft room with whomever this pick is.
Coach, it looks like the Scarface group. They got all the black suits.
They do. That's such a Philly thing right there.
Well, it is.
It truly is.
I mean, look at the guy. He's got bodyguards.
You've got 27 security guards standing back there.
So here's what we got tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Looking ahead to tomorrow night, Pittsburgh will have the first selection at number 32. And then at 33, it's Arizona. And then Detroit will be in at 34. Indianapolis will be in at 35. The Rams will make their first pick of the draft at 36. Seattle at 37. Seattle also has a pick at 52. Then it's the Raiders, the Panthers, the Saints, and then the Titans at 41.
There we go. And, now it'll roll tomorrow because the time squeezes down.
Now, here's the thing. If you're saying the Titans,
yeah,
and you're saying let's trade with Kansas City to 31, the points equivalent is 110 to do that.
Which is what?
110, Coach, is a – 110 is –
which round?
Looks like it's a 4.
Yeah, probably
I'll
right.
take that.
It's about right. We don't have a 4.
No.
No.
Trade a 4 next year.
Could do that.
You could also trade a package of picks.
Well, the way that works is you trade something that adds to 110.
Yeah.
Or close.
Or you could make them a sweeter offer and trade them a 3 next year. Because
if you really want somebody.
If you really want to get because the fifth-year option with the quarterback.
Well, especially a quarterback that's going to sit.
And a quarterback that's going to be picked 31st, and so his cost is not going to be certainly what the quarterbacks are at 1, 2, or 4.
Absolutely.
No.
So we'll see. We're at 30 right now. Philadelphia has made a pick.
These guys are normal at Philly, these fans.
I just wonder why they always give the warning you shouldn't visit Philly as a fan. I mean, as a visiting fan.
I can tell you why.
Know why.
You have an idea?
No, I have a very good idea.
Okay, I've been there a couple times.
It has nothing to do with brotherly love either.
It is.
I've coached so many times in that old vet stadium.
I mean, it's the AFC. It's the NFC version of Oakland.
Yeah, that's fair.
They've earned that reputation.
And they like it.
They thrive on it.
They take such pride in it.
They play tackle football in the parking lot before the game.
I believe it. And inside of their stadium, they have those blade turbines that just spin around too.
And they have a jail.
Yeah, they do.
All right, here's the commissioner.
White pants.
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests, content creators who you know
Mama
from
Kelsey.
YouTube, Dude Perfect, and Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
Playing in a game on TV at the same time.
Right.
Okay, Travis is there, Jason's there. How in the world do you decide which game that you're going to watch?
Man, I don't know. That's really tough. I don't know. It's just tough to choose.
We had a feeling that would be the case, so we cooked up something a little bit special for you to help you break the tie. Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chiefs on one side and Jason and the Eagles on the other. If your boys are playing at the same time, all you have to do is flip it, and it takes the decision out of your hands. Should we try it? Let's try it. It's Travis and the Chiefs! Good news, good
news. With NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube and YouTube TV, you don't have to make that decision. You can watch both boys at the same time.
Great.
You ready to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see who's going to be joining Jason in the Philadelphia Eagles.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia.
Nolan Smith, 6'2", 238, arms 32 and 5/8, hands 9, wing 81. And this is a guy, Coach Mack, that won the combine at the podium with his magnetic attitude and just infectious laugh. He had a 4.39 40, a 1.47 in his first 10, a 41.5-inch vertical, a nearly 11-inch broad jump as the Eagles double down on defensive talent from the University of Georgia.
Wow, they're getting that defensive front. This guy he's on Feldman's group too, as just an athletic freak. Everything that he does, the numbers that he put up at the combine were really over the top, just completely over the top. And the thing that happens with him is they'll be able to play him in several different spots, but he will, to me, this guy's going to be a sub-rusher to start with, and then they'll work him into whatever they want. But this is an athlete, big time.
Well, we might as well call Philly Georgia North.
Right.
I mean, legitimately, Nakobe Dean.
Yep.
Okay, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and now Nolan Smith.
There it is.
Again, I've always said this. The 4.3 speed is what attracted me the most. Stay healthy, get on the field, get a better tool set as far as your rush than running through people. He's too small to be – I ain't going to say he's too small. He needs some lead behind him if he's going to try to run through folks, and he don't have a whole lot of it.
Last pick of the first round coming up. Would have been odd, though, if Mrs. Kelsey had been forced to pick a center for Philadelphia, wouldn't it?
Oh.
That would have been tough. So Kansas City is on the clock. We'll see what happens when we come back. A center? You're replacing my son?
Yeah, it wouldn't have gone over well.
Woo. Tough crowd.
Jeffrey Simmons was picked by the Titans on a weekend just like this one. Coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft continues next. This is Titans Radio.
And our final moments of the 2023 NFL Draft on Titans Radio, presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. The last pick is on the clock, and it's the world champion, Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs, 14-3 under head coach Andy Reid, and Super Bowl 57 champions. Both ends of the Chiefs' offensive line left in free agency, and despite the addition of Jawan Taylor from Jacksonville, more offensive tackle talent is needed. An edge pass rusher is on the list with Charles Omenihu gone, and wide receiver and tight end are places Kansas City can bolster. The Chiefs have multiple picks in rounds 4, 6, and 7, and 10 total picks in this draft. The Kansas City Chiefs.
So the Chiefs looking to add talent. They have done a great job managing their cap, especially with all the talented players that they have. They have paid some of their best players. They have let other players walk. But the one constant is number 15, who is going to be around probably for another 15 years.
As long as they've got that dude, they just need to keep supplementing around him because he covers up a lot of shortcomings in a lot of places. And you remember when he was a rookie and he went in that first preseason game against us when we were up there
Yes,
playing?
I do.
And we all looked at each other and went, uh-oh.
I mean, it was crazy.
It was crazy, and it's borne that way out. And, it was at Texas Tech in that air raid offense, but Andy Reid set him for a year behind Smith.
Alex Smith.
Yeah, he played that fourth quarter in that preseason game that night, and we were like, okay, there's why they traded up to go get the guy. There it is.
Because there were a lot of I went back the other day and was reading all
Sure.
of the stuff, and they're like, well, he can't do all the freelancing
Right.
things he did in college, and, he played in this offense, and turns out he's just real good.
I remember us playing him in Pittsburgh his first year starting. I'm thinking to myself, who is this guy? I don't know anything about him. And lo and behold, the legend Patrick Mahomes was born that day.
Cliff Kingsbury was his head coach. Of course, they were running the air raid offense, and he made so many off-platform throws when you watched him that you really wondered, is this guy ever just going to throw one over the top? Is he ever going to? And he's learned to do that, but it's phenomenal the way that he can create.
Well, and you look at what his patience was like in the Super Bowl. And, they ran the ball, They had that as the option because they were not going to give him the deep stuff. He took the short stuff. His statistics were not overwhelming in the ball game. He made the great run late when he wasn't moving all that well with the ankle. And you just said, man, that's a guy who can adapt.
Well, and where he impressed me, I mean, of course, his physical skills and the way that he plays quarterback, but his mental and physical toughness with that high ankle sprain, that's not easy. And that's not, I mean, you knew that dude was hurting, but he was not, he knew that he had to stay in there for them to have a chance.
Do we view this the same way we did with Buffalo? You say, I know I need other positions, but it's not the quality I want, so let me go get Patrick Mahomes more help
I think that's what they do. I think they go get Patrick Mahomes more help.
Yeah. And Andy Reid being the wizard that he is as far as play calling, you think whoever it is, they try to make it work for him. But, again, they do have that gap. Juju Smith-Schuster ended up leaving this year. They had Orlando Brown Jr. also is another guy left this year. So they got to get to it if they want to compete again.
Here's in our pod here, excuse me, Mike, Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse, tackle. Dawan Jones, we keep talking about him. I mean,
Well, and they like the big guys like that.
He's a big guy. Jalen dipping into pod 3. Jalen Duncan from Maryland.
I like him.
Tyler Steen from Alabama.
Yep. Veteran guy.
They got some guys.
Tyler Steen's going to play inside, though, don't you think?
Yes, I do.
I think so, too.
He was one of those guys that demands he's a left tackle.
You better show improve in the NFL level, that's for sure. If you're demanding
He'll get a chance, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't you like a guy who wants it that badly, or are you're afraid the guy's too stubborn to learn you're a guard?
And that's the thing. The more you can do, the longer you stay around. That's the motto most teams have. Look, I know you do one thing, but in this league, you better find a way to fit in. I don't care if it's special teams, switching positions, or just being a valuable asset to your teammates.
Kansas City has won the AFC West 7 straight years.
I'm trying to see Amy Wells if she's in that
Amy
crowd.
Wells is going to join us on the OTP. By the way, we are taping the official Titans podcast immediately after this.
We can do that.
And if you are not a subscriber to the official Titans podcast, you can get it anywhere that you get your podcasts, including TennesseeTitans.com, the official Titans podcast, sponsored by Farm Bureau Health Plans.
Why would you not be a subscriber?
I don't know. Oh, Clark Hunt has the Lombardi Trophy.
All right, Clark.
How about it, Kansas City? With the 31st pick
of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique Uzama, defensive end, Kansas State.
Felix Enrique Uzama. He is 6'3", 255, 33.5-inch arms, 9 5/8-inch hands, a wing of almost 81. He did not work out at the combine. He had a right foot he was working through, but at his pro day, 34-inch vertical, 10.4 broad, did a short shuttle of 4.34 and a 3-cone at a blazing 6.94. Coach Dave McGinnis.
This guy is right at the top of our second pod for the outside rushers. He's an athlete. He's a really good athlete. The foot hindered him a little bit during the season, but what he is, he's a tough individual. He's a grinder. He's a grinder with athletic ability, and this is what you want. He's got a really good attack mode to him, and he does play to the end.
I think it's a great pick.
Yeah.
Because if you're them, what you're really going to be all about is rushing the passer, because Patrick Mahomes is going to have you ahead a bunch, and teams aren't going to be able to stay with a run game in a lot of situations because they're trying to keep up with the offense. So find yourself as many of these guys as you can. Enrique Uzama is an outstanding athlete, an outstanding player. All he has to do his rookie year is come in and be in the mix.
Be a guy.
In the mix.
Be a rotation guy.
Rotation.
And, I shake my head at how good they've been in Kansas City with everything they do. Veach makes great picks.
Yeah. Well, and plus he's only got to go right down Interstate 70 from Manhattan, Kansas to Kansas City.
So there you go.
There you go.
So let's review the night. The Titans are able to get Peter Skronski, offensive lineman from Northwestern. They stay at 11. The Titans will have picks 41 and 72 tomorrow night, and then are scheduled to have a 5th, 6th, and 7th coming up on Saturday. Coach Dave McGinnis, your final thoughts.
I really like the Titans pick. I mean, when you start looking at that, and that, you know, it becomes a little bit of a cliche in the draft, saying I didn't think he was going to be there, but I think that was the overall general thought, just because of the skill set that he had to be able to be patient enough. And there was a lot of talk about trading up. There was a lot of talk about, but to be patient enough to sit there, and then when that guy, you know, those kind of guys, when the draft falls like that to you, Mike, when you're in the draft room, they just got a blinking light on top of their head. I mean, it's like, you know, forget a bullpen. Let's go get. Makes me very, very happy. This draft was a pretty live draft with all the things that happened with the trades. Very, very interesting, and it went pretty much to form out of our top 100, which I like.
Love it, Mike. Legitimate. I'm riding with you when you said you think the Titans threw a little bait out there to get the Texans to make some moves like that, set the whole draft all the way up.
I just suggested that might have been. I don't know.
I want to believe it.
I don't know that that's what happened.
But Peter Skronski coming here to Nashville is a solid, boring, good pick. That's what I want to say. You build with a guy like that.
Well, it's like what they talked about in the press conference. You got to get a blue check. Is it a blue check player or just a blue player?
Blue player.
A blue player is a starter.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you want. I mean, when you go with the color codes, you know, you go blue, red, green, purple, brown. That's the way it works.
And we're back for 2 rounds of hard work tomorrow night. So here we go.
All right, here we go. Titans radio coverage is produced by Philip Noel and Brad Willis. Production assistance provided by Jonathan Schaefer. Studio producer Joe Hunkapiller. Promotions director Rich Ferris. Director of sales Hunter Rice. General manager Allison Warren. Operations managers Charlie Cook and Paul Mason. Join us tomorrow night at 6 Central with continuing coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow night right here on Titans Radio. For Mike Keith, Coach Dave McGinnis, Ramon Foster, Amy Wells, and our entire crew, Rhett Bryan saying, have a good night. Let's get ready for night 2 of the NFL Draft on Titans Radio tomorrow night at 6 Central.
Coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft on Titans Radio.
Touchdown, Titans!
Is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Coverage continues tomorrow night at 6 Central with rounds 2 and 3. This is Titans Radio.